المكانة والعروبة والقيم، عاشت مملكة البحرين. بلد الكرام بلد السلام، دستورها عالي المكانة والمقام، ميثاقها نهج الشريعة والعروبة والقيم، عاشت مملكة البحرين.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أفضل المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Respected dignitaries, keynote speakers, panelists, speakers, and distinguished guests. Good morning. On behalf of the organizing committee, the IEEE, and the Arab Open University, it's a distinct honor to welcome you to the 7th International Conference on Computer and Applications, IEEE ICCA 2025. We are gathered here today at AOU Bahrain to bridge the gap between academic brilliance and industrial innovations. My name is Tanaji Umar, and I shall be your MC for the day. As we begin, your safety and comfort are our top priorities. Please take a moment to note that the emergency exits are to my side, right and left, and there is another one just outside this auditorium to the right and left as well. We are not expecting any incidents, but we share this simply as a matter of care for your well-being, so that you may enjoy the conference proceedings for the day. To begin our ceremony with a moment of reflection and blessings, we shall now listen to a recorded recitation from the Holy Quran. I kindly request the audience attentions and silence.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الرحمن علم القرآن، خلق الإنسان، علمه البيان. الشمس والقمر بحسبان، والنجم والشجر يسجدان، والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان، ألا تطغوا في الميزان، وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان، والأرض وضعها للأنام، فيها فاكهة والنخل ذات الأكمام، والحب ذو العصف والريحان، فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان؟ صدق الله العظيم.
Before we proceed to our keynote address, we would like to share with you the story of our institution. The Arab Open University is a unique non-profit institution founded in 2002 as an initiative by His Royal Highness Prince Talal bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. Since its founding, it has grown into a regional leader in blended learning, empowering thousands of students across 9 Arab countries with high-quality, accessible education. While we are here to discuss complex algorithms and institutional advancement, industrial innovation, the heart of our mission remains the success of our student. To give you a closer look, we invite you to watch this short video.
ما هو المكون الأساسي للنجاح؟ الخطوات الأولى: الجاهزية، الكفاح، الشغف، الانتصارات، العمل الجماعي، المثابرة ليلاً نهاراً. ما الذي جعلني أستمر؟ العزيمة والإصرار، السعي نحو التقدم للأفضل، كي نقف مع العظماء للوصول إلى القمة. البقاء في حالة استعداد، الاستعداد ضد أي تحدي، التخلص من الخوف، الفوز. ما هو المكون الأساسي للنجاح؟ السعي اللانهائي.
To officially set the tone for this prestigious gathering, it's my absolute honor to invite Professor Muhammad Al-Zikri, President of the Arab Open University in the Arab world, to deliver the opening address. Professor Muhammad, the floor is yours.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. حقيقة ما أجمل البحرين وأهلها، حتى الزكام فيها يكون خفيف. بالعادة إذا أصاب الإنسان الزكام في أيام البرد لا يستطيع الوقوف، لكن أصابنا الزكام في البحرين فصار خفيفا كخفة أهلها. أصحاب السعادة، ضيوف الكرام، الباحثون والمشاركون الأعزاء من مختلف أنحاء العالم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. إنه من دواعي سروري وفخري أن أكون معكم اليوم في رحاب الجامعة العربية المفتوحة في مملكة البحرين. نحتفل معا بانطلاق النسخة السابعة من المؤتمر الدولي للحوسبة وتطبيقاتها IEEE ICCA 2025. هذا المؤتمر ليس مجرد تجمع أكاديمي، بل هو تظاهرة علمية عالمية تؤكد على الدور الريادي الذي باتت تلعبه الجامعة العربية المفتوحة كحاضنة للابتكار ومنصة لتبادل المعرفة في الوطن العربي. الحضور الكريم، لقد نجح مؤتمر IEEE ICCA 2025 في ترسيخ مكانته كأكبر مؤتمر متخصص في علوم الحاسب وتطبيقاته على مستوى المنطقة. وما كان هذا ليتحقق لولا الرصانة العلمية والجهود الدؤوبة التي شهدت هذه النسخة اختيار 365 بحثاً علمياً رفيع المستوى للعرض والمناقشة من ضمن 600 ورقة بحثية مستلمة من مختلف دول العالم. خضعت جميع هذه الأوراق العلمية لتحكيم دقيق وصارم أشرف عليها نخبة من الخبراء تضم 250 محكماً دولياً، مما يضمن جودة المحتوى العلمي المطروح. إنما يميز مؤتمرنا هذا العام هو هذا الزخم الدولي الواسع والمشاركة النوعية من كبرى شركات تكنولوجيا المعلومات في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وفي العالم، مما يمنح أبحاثنا صبغة عالمية ويربط الجانب الأكاديمي بالاحتياجات الفعلية للصناعة والتقنية الحديثة. زميلاتي وزملائي، إن رؤيتنا في الجامعة العربية المفتوحة تتجاوز حدود القاعات الدراسية. نحن نسعى لبناء مجتمع معرفي عربي قادر على المنافسة عالميا، وأن استضافتنا لهذا المؤتمر بالتعاون مع منظمة عالمية مرموقة مثل IEEE ما هو إلا تجسيد لاستراتيجيتنا في دعم البحث العلمي الرصين وفتح آفاق التعاون أمام باحثينا وطلابنا ليكونوا جزءا من الحوار التقني العالمي. وهنا أنصح مؤسسات التعليم العالي في مملكة البحرين بالتعاون معا في مثل هذه المؤتمرات والأبحاث الرصينة، سيما وأن الجامعات لا تنافس بعضها البعض بل تكمل بعضها البعض. ختاما أتقدم بجزيل الشكر والتقدير للجامعة في مملكة البحرين، وعلى رأسهم أختنا الفاضلة الدكتورة نجمة تقي وفريق عملها المميز الذي دائما يبهرنا الحقيقة في حسن التنظيم والضيافة. شكرا لجميع الباحثين والباحثات، وأهلا وسهلا بكم في رحاب الجامعة العربية المفتوحة، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Representing our esteemed technical partner, I now invite Dr. Isa Kambar from IEEE section to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أود أن أرحب بأصحاب السعادة جميعا، ولا يفوتني أن كذلك أن أتقدم بالشكر لبروفيسور محمد إبراهيم الزكي. طبعا هو رئيس الجامعة العربية المفتوحة وفي الهيدكوارتر، وأشكر كذلك الدكتورة نجمة تقي رئيسة الجامعة المفتوحة، ولا يفوتني طبعا الدكتور حسن رزاقي اللي هو رئيس البرنامج لجنة البرنامج في هذا المؤتمر. فبالنسبة لي IEEE طبعا يشرفنا أن نكون كسبونسر في هذا المؤتمر العالمي اللي هو مؤتمر العالمي في الكمبيوتر وتطبيقاته، وهذا شرف لنا أن نكون من ضمن المنظومة الموجودة في هذا المؤتمر. وأحب أن ألقي الضوء في البداية. أحب أن ألقي لكم تحيات الدكتور علي زليط رئيس سكشن في البحرين للIEEE، ويعتذر بسبب ارتباطه. وألقي الضوء كذلك على نقطة مهمة، وهي متى بدأ السكشن في البحرين. شعبة الIEEE في البحرين أنشئت وأقرت من قبل الIEEE العالمية في سنة 2001، فعمر الIEEE الآن في البحرين 25 سنة، وهذا نعتز به اعتزاز قوي. الشيء الآخر بالنسبة لترتيب المؤتمرات في البحرين، فلقد نظمنا مؤتمرات كثيرة لا تحصى منذ لحظة إنشاء الIEEE بحرين سكشن. إضافة إلى ذلك عندنا IEEE GCC، وهو المنظومة اللي تكون لدول الخليج العربي، فنظمنا إلى حد الآن 10 مؤتمرات. أول مؤتمر طبعا بدأنا في البحرين وانتهينا في المؤتمر العاشر الذي كان في دولة الكويت، وهذا كذلك من الفخر لنا أن نعتز بمثل هذا الشيء لكي نتمكن من اللي هو نشر الوعي العالم في المعلوماتي في جميع الدول، سواء كانت في البحرين أو في الخليج أو في العالم أجمع. فأشكر في الأخير الدكتورة نجمة على دعوتها لنا في إلقاء هذه الكلمة، وشكرا لكم.
On the excitement of this conference, I forgot to thank Professor Mohammed Al-Zikri for his address and kind word in which he has fostered leadership and regional culture of research and innovation. Thank you. Are you excited like me for the conference? Okay, great, thank you. And again, I would like to thank Dr. Isa, the IEEE, for the IEEE continued commitment to advancing technology in the Kingdom of Bahrain and worldwide. Now, I have the pleasure of inviting our host, Dr. Najma Taqi, the President of the Arab Open University Bahrain, to deliver her welcoming remarks. Dr. Najma, the floor is yours.
أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، الزملاء الأكاديميون، الباحثون والطلبة الأعزاء، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفني أن أقف أمامكم اليوم ونحن نفتتح فعاليات المؤتمر الدولي السابع لمعهد مهندسي الكهرباء والإلكترونيات للحاسوب والتطبيقات في الجامعة العربية المفتوحة. لطالما سعينا إلى أن نكون منارة للمعرفة المتاحة للجميع ومحركاً فاعلاً للتحول الرقمي. إن استضافتنا لهذا الحدث في مملكة البحرين تعزز التزامنا بأن نكون في قلب الحوار العلمي العالمي. If you allow me to shift to English for our distinguished guest, our excellencies, distinguished guest, keynote speakers, fellow academics, researchers, and students. It's a great honor to stand before you today as we open the 7th International Conference on Computer and Applications. At the Arab Open University, we have always worked to make knowledge accessible to all and to support digital transformation. Hosting this conference in the Kingdom of Bahrain reflects our strong commitment to being part of the global scientific community. This year's conference is a major achievement for our university and for the region. I'm proud to say that IEEE ICCA 2025 has become the largest conference in the region in the field of computer science and applications. The conference has attracted wide international participation, including important contributions from leading IT companies in the United States and other countries. This strong connection between academic research and industry show the real-world value of the work being presented. It's also proved that the research shared here can influence the global technology sector. By bringing together experts from around the world to the Arab Open University Bahrain campus, we are creating an environment where ideas, research, and practice come together. This also gives our students a valuable opportunity to meet and learn from leaders in their field. I would like to sincerely thank the IEEE USA and Bahrain chapter, all conference committees, and our dedicated organizing team for their hard work in making this event a success. To our international guests, we are honored to have you with us and welcome you to Bahrain. To our researchers, congratulations on having your work selected. I wish you all a successful and inspiring conference, and I look forward to the valuable outcomes of your discussions. Welcome to Arab Open University. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Najma, for your warm hospitality and for your dedication to making this hub for making this a hub of excellence. To share his remark and provide us with an overview of the day ahead, I would like to invite the chair of the program committee, Dr. Hassan Ali Razzaqi.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Distinguished guests, respected leaders, colleagues and participants, welcome. Assalamu alaikum jami'an wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. On behalf of the organization committee, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to IEEE ICCA 25, hosted at Arab Open University Bahrain. This year's conference attract over 576 papers submitted from 47 countries. This is the latest, the statistic I have, from 47 countries, and reviewed by more than 250 reviewers. Now, with 366 high quality paper accepted, So now this event or this conference is one of the largest conference held in the region. Now this figure reflects the scale, diversity, and academic strength of the conference. Now we have conference over 3 days. Now on the first day we have 3 keynote speakers, and we have 1 panel discussion, also 1 workshop will be. Now with 128 papers going to be presented. And the second day we have also 2 keynote speakers, international keynote speakers, 1 panel discussion and 1 workshop. And with 175 papers going to be presented here. And the third day we have 1 keynote speaker as well and 1 panel discussion, and we have 53 or 63 papers to be presented. Now it's a total of 366. Now in recognition of the outstanding research contribution, the conference will also gonna present best paper award to 9 selected paper. I'm not gonna tell you who won, so we're gonna announce it on the day 3. And we have 4 winners from Arab Open University, 3 from Bahrain and 1 from Lebanon. So it's a good achievement. Now these papers were selected based on reviewers. There's nobody has interfered based on 250 reviewers of the Thank you, Doctor. So highlighting the excellence and innovation across our technical tracks. As a local chair, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the university leadership, the IEEE Bahrain section, and the program and the technical committees, reviewers, sponsors, keynote speakers, also panelists and workshop facilitators, and our dedicated volunteers. We have a student volunteer, more than 50 student volunteer for the conference. And we are honored to host you in Bahrain, and we hope you enjoy both the scientific program and the warm hospitality of our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hassan, for sharing these statistics with us. Ladies and gentlemen, the success of a global gathering like IEEE ICCA 2025 is made possible through the synergy of academic vision and industrial support. We shall now honor and recognize the organizations that have fueled this innovation. I would like to invite to the stage Professor Mohammed Az-Zikri and Dr. Najma Taqi to present the token of appreciation for the participation. The first sponsor is McGraw-Hill, represented by Dr. Rami Youssef, the GCC Regional Manager. GBM Bahrain, represented by Shawkat Muhammad Ali, Sales Manager. Ithmar Bank, represented by Amr Muhammad Al-Sha'ir, Head of Corporate Banking. Bahrain National Life BNL, represented by Muhammad Yusuf. Now, we also wish to recognize the intellectual pillars of this conference, our keynote speakers. Their insight provide the compass for our discussion over the next 3 days, starting with Professor Umar Al-Jarrah from Arab Open University headquarters. Professor Emeritus Dr. Helen Karatza from Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. Dr. Wafiq Ajour from National Health Regulatory Authority. Professor Dr. Hironori Washazaki, joining us from Waseda University, but he will be presenting online. But nevertheless, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Al-Zikri. Thank you, Dr. Nejma Taqi. Now, we shall be proceeding for a short coffee break. You have 15 minutes. We shall resemble the conference back at 10 a.m. sharp. The bridging slide we add in, so I'm going to go back.
محمد. I need to put flash memory. محمد. Muhammad, how about you? I have this one, huh? Yeah, I have. This is an updated one. This one, later on I'm going to use it, huh? Okay.
When it is?
This is after three speakers. I have
Speaker
yeah.
for the panel.
11:15.
You will be the present. Okay. Just copy
No,
that.
no, where I should copy it?
Just PM.
Okay. PM or copy?
No, copy. Paste on desktop. Go.
No, if you put it here. And how was it? Okay.
This one, right? Not this
No, this one. Where is this one?
panel. This one.
How was number?
Yeah.
Good.
Then this guy up to Niroji, hero when online. Up to now he did not join.
Maybe he's not. If you're not joining, you can do.
Huh?
You send a message.
No, this is we are not dealing. Sir. This lady, there is only loop, yeah.
So who's first?
First is Dr. Apna.
Omar. Maybe you're going to join Omar then.
Then another
Lady.
This lady.
Then they're going to send you. Let me see. They'll send you. They already put this one. Maybe they don't know.
Link. Many people join. See here how many. What we done? We moved this. Otherwise it will be still.
Yeah. How
See,
many?
nobody has a privilege.
How many?
How many? 14.
14 only. Yeah.
14.
That's okay.
Ani.
10 minutes. No, no, still. So this one, now we'll start here, right?
No, put one of the Amir here, and we'll start with an Amir photo. And then afterward, because Dr. Hassan would like to say a word. That's really great.
You want here, right?
Yes, here.
Last start. Wait.
هل هذا شغال؟ بس نسيت الدكتورة راح ترجع ولا لا؟ لأن الحين احنا متأخرين على السيشن. افترض من 10 بادين. فهل بيقول ايه خبريهم انه يدشون؟ انت موجودة تحت هني برا ولا؟ اوكي ما عليه خليني بشيك لحظة. اوكي بالضبط. Yeah, I'm going to, but I want to check the documents. I don't know why. They should outside tell them.
Online, no, not yet.
Yeah, I told the second speaker it will take longer time because we don't know how to use it. دكتور حسن be on the stage. Yeah. هلا دانا ما عليه تمر تكلمين الدكتور. دكتور حسن Ladies and gentlemen, can you please be seated as we shall start the next session? Ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct pleasure to introduce Dr. Hassan Razaqi back to the stage as he's going to provide you with a 2-minute glimpse of the next 3 days.
Yeah, welcome back. Now, before we give the floor to our distinguished keynote speakers, let me just give you a brief description about the agenda. Now, for today, we're going to start now with the keynote speaker. We have 3 keynote speakers, 2 on-site and 1 off-site. And then I have a panel discussion. Okay, we're going to have Mr. Abu Bakr from Beyond Cyber, Mr. Rashid Sinan, Mr. Mirza Asrar, and Abdullah Ishaq. Then we're going to start a workshop. Now, this workshop is meant for everyone. It's not only for academic, also for any guy interested in IT. So it's going to be done by GBM Bahrain. At the same time, we have parallel sessions. All the paper will be presented in separate halls. So already we assigned halls for the papers, 7 halls. So will be parallel sessions. And we're going to have lunch break from 2 to 3. Then we're going to start again the parallel sessions for paper presentation. On day 2 also, we're going to start with a keynote speaker, 2 keynote speakers. Then have a panel discussion. Then another workshop by McGraw Hill, and parallel sessions also. Now you are welcome to come, to attend here the workshops, the panel discussion, as well as the paper presentation sessions. So in day 3, you're going to have 1 keynote speaker and panel discussion. Then you're going to start with the paper presentation in the 7 halls. Then at the end, at 12, you have closing keynote. This is brief about the agenda. You find the agenda in our website. Just go to the Arab Open University Bahrain branch. You find the agenda. And also for researchers who are going to present their papers, you find the full details there. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my distinct pleasure to introduce our first keynote speaker, a visionary leader. Okay, we're going to take you all the way through our program. And now we have reached our first keynote speaker, a visionary leader whose career is a testament to academic and administrative excellence. Professor Umar Al-Jarrah holds a PhD in electrical and computer engineering from Ohio State University. His journey in leadership is truly remarkable, having served as the president of Jordan University of Science and Technology and the president of Amman Arab University. Currently, he serves as the vice president for planning and development and chief information officer at the Arab Open University headquarters. With over 70 peer-reviewed publications and a legacy of consultancy for the UNESCO and Ministries of Education, he is a recognized authority in ICT and institutional growth. Please join me in a warm welcome for a scholar, a consultant, and a leader, Professor Umar Al-Jarrah.
I think other side. Yeah, like this. Yeah, yeah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning. My speech will be about agentic AI in higher education as the new wave of transformation. First, let's talk about artificial intelligence at large. basically designed or a building system that can do specific things like Siri or other applications. And the artificial or general intelligence that we want to build systems that are like human, okay? And the latest wave is the artificial super intelligence, okay? And like a year ago, everyone was talking about 2047 will reach to the artificial super intelligence. But things has changed. Now we are talking about maybe 2047 we will be reached to the artificial super intelligence. And you can imagine what will happen in the world. Artificial intelligence as a science started in 1940s. However, the first time the artificial intelligence appeared was in a conference that was back to 1936, the term artificial intelligence. And after that, there were like ups and downs in artificial intelligence, waves where artificial intelligence had some advancement, then nothing happened, then etc. Like in the 70s, they were expecting to have robots in the street in the 90s. However, that did not happen at that time, and the main problem was basically the computing power. Then we reached to the revolution that happened mainly in after 2010, and specifically with the launching of ChatGPT November 2023. Before I start also, I would want to share with you a short story. While I was a student at Ohio State, 1993, taking a course in computer vision with Professor Kim Boyer. The final project for the course was to basically to build a system. We were given like 2 weeks to build a system that can detect a seizure in a scene. And after 2 weeks, Boyer told us that only one group got a full mark. And that is, they were doing good. We were following what we had been taught. We used pre-processing, detection, training, etc. Okay? However, the period was very short. And you can imagine if you are, for example, if you are using a neural network or a take a long time for training to build such system. However, one group, he told us he was forced to get them full mark. Because what they have done, they were searching for circuits. What if a scene has a circuit, then there is a seizure on that scene, or a seizure has 2 roots. So this is what they have done. So almost always complex problems start with simple solutions. And this is the way that the science has been advancing and evolving from time to time. Now, with agentic AI, what was introduced when 2024, I think agentic AI will transform everything in our life. Okay? Now, we talk about some examples of agentic AI, and agentic AI, there's flexibility. When we talk about, we can start with minimal solution with AI assistance, back to the advanced where we have fully automatic AI agent. This is framework by Gartner that was released this year. So, if we talk about an agentic AI, the first characteristic is autonomy. We need to build an agent that can receive, reason, and act. And this this is a goal specific. You should give the system a specific goal, and the system automatically interact with the environment. Unlike the AI assistant, where you get, for example, a prompt, and then you get the response. This is automated. It interact with the environment. Okay. It has a learning capabilities, so it learns with time. And the most important thing, it has a workflow built in inside the system, so it doesn't have to refer to any entity to make a decision. starting from simple agent to full AI agents, so we have multiple agents working together. Example, also OpenAI launched this year the agentic browser. Now it's all just available for iPhones and so if, for example, you can tell the system to book a flight for you, I want to travel to Bahrain. It will automatically do everything. The browser will remember everything, do the planning, and it will present you with the ticket. Okay? Now, the global business impact or AI impact, basically 92%, that this is 2025, 92% of companies are planning to invest in AI. 94% of lawyers are using AI. For students, since we are talking about the academic sector, 86% of students said they have used AI one way or another, agentic AI. And by the way, there is a mixing between AI and ChatGPT. ChatGPT is not AI. It is one tool of AI. While if you compare this to the faculty, 61% of faculty are using AI. And the problem is that students are using AI simply to recall information. While according to a study by Pearson, only this study was released this year, only 20% of the students they use the AI for critical thinking. And we want to reshape this so more we need to having more students using AI or agentic AI for critical thinking rather than recording simple information. And the most dangerous thing is that 65% of the students, they said they know more AI about more than their instructors or their faculty. And this is very dangerous. Okay? We have to invest in building capabilities in our faculty. In terms of economic impact, like 2030, maybe even larger, it will move from almost now around 7 to 10 trillion into around 23 trillion. And by the way, this with the agentic, this will be much higher. And of course, this will affect every job, not only 40% of every job will be affected. And this is a study that just recently released by Berlin. It says that educators are worried about cheating. Of course, we are worried about cheating. Okay. However, we cannot prevent students from using. We can prevent inside the classroom, but we don't know what happened outside the classroom. So it's much proper or better to teach the student how to use AI ethically rather than to preventing them from using AI. While 41% of administrators are worried about it. We can see that people are worried about AI. They don't trust AI, okay? As we'll see the next slide here. And this is from the IT perspective now, not the administrator, the CTOs. As we can see, this is for 2025. We have 24 investment in predictive AI, 34 in generative AI, and we can see that agentic is starts to appear. So more institutions now are investing in agentic AI, and agentic AI solutions are there. Now we will see it, and now instead of talking about AI as a tool, now we are talking about AI as maybe a colleague or a teammate. So it's much better to live with the AI rather than to resist the AI. AI is now driving the digital information journey, especially with getting more data, insights, more customer experience. So with agentic, you have you can improve the customer experience in a very, very large way. Also, effectiveness and efficiency of the organization, you can enhance it with the AI. Now this study was released recently. It's very critical. You can see that it's about the trust. It is by Edelman Trust Barometer, which is almost #1 in the world. What it says that in USA, almost 49% of employers they reject or they don't trust AI. Okay, while in China, for example, it's 10%. Okay. Why they don't trust AI? Because they fear that AI will replace them as employers. So they're resisting this because they are fearing that they will lose their jobs. Okay. So this is why we can see that even it's the fear, not the motivation or the implementation of AI. So so we have to teach the employers how to live with AI rather than, because it is there. AI is not more a bubble. Okay, with like okay, we'll see with the AI investment, because when technology appears, you will have a huge people want to invest in this because it's a bubble. Then after some time, you will move down the curve and it will become steady state. Now with AI, it's now steady state. The agentic now it is in the hype cycle. Okay, where however we expect that this will move to the steady state very soon, sooner than the AI. Now, what are the major challenges in AI? Trust and security. Okay, people they are fearing the AI. They fear because they might lose their job. By the way, as there's another study that says that almost all employers who have AI skills have more chances to enter to the workforce than employers that they don't have AI skills. So it is much better to reskill or unskill employers rather than give them as is. So lack of skills, 35%. Integration and challenges, and now with the agentic, the last thing will be changed, because with the agentic you have the different AI agents. They are talking automatically through the workflow. So the issue of integration and system talking as silos will vanish. With AI, there are several risks. Misuse, of course. Everyone is talking about the misinformation, hallucination, plagiarism, also discrimination or bias. If you train the system based on the data, and the system will give you answer based on what has been trained for that. So there's a bias. This is why now some countries they are moving in building their own large language models, and by the way, this will be driven by the local politics instead of having schools or open system. The copyright now, the copyright is a major issue, especially with the academic institution. Okay, who has the copyright? The AI reproduce information that was produced or originally owned by a certain person. Does that violate the copyright or not? There is also, this is a risk. Of course, with AI and with the evolution of AI, now we have major cybersecurity threats in our systems. So this is a major risk. Organizations are investing more and more in cybersecurity solutions. That because with AI you can start with using information for AI agent just to record this information. Now, with AI assistance for students, students are using the system more for critical thinking stuff. Also, as educational leaders, why do we need to invest in AI? Because we want to increase student success and learning. This is our ultimate goal is to improve student learning and student success. So we need to do all of this. This is, if you compare 24 to 25, okay, we can see that now almost we have reached a steady state in AI investment. Like in virtual assistant, 49%. This is by survey by cyber education 2025. While in 2025 is 50%. We can see some figures are lower, some figures. So kind of now we reach the steady state. This is why we are not talking about it. We are talking about something that will stay there for a long time. Now, in terms of teaching and learning, with AI we can personalize education, learning experience, increase engagement, provide AI tutoring, etc. So all of this will improve student learning and student success. For student experience, with AI chatbots, you can provide the student with proper feedback, with advising from immediately without feeling fully a human being. And with the learning analytics, you can provide more insights about student activities, how to improve student learning. You don't have to wait until the end of the term or until the end of the graduation to see that the student might fail or risk in failing. So this will give you early signs to intervene to do student success. Career development. You have AI-driven job matching and alumni management. Everything is driven by AI. And of course, you can enhance student accessibility, especially for students with special needs. For academic research, this is a big question mark about this. However, by the way, there is now a work of how to develop agentic AI for academic research. If you want the researcher to focus on things that are much more important rather than summarizing and doing regular work. Of course, for administration, we have the predictive analysis or analytics and predicting student grades, attention rates, etc. Campus management, omnichannel contact centers, etc. Now, what are the applications for agentic AI in higher education? We have the AI academic advisor. Now, an agentic AI academic advisor has access to not only to all student database, SIS, social media, LMS, CRM, everything that the student, and then this instead of the advisor that can see only on paper what the student has done, this has access to everything. So the advisor or the identity advisor will be providing student with proper advice automatically without human intervention. AI tutoring. So private tutors will vanish shortly. So everyone will have a private tutor in his pocket. Okay, so this will change even this job market. HR recruitment agent, I don't have to worry about writing announcement on the website, attracting CVs, sorting CVs, interviewing candidates. Now with HR agent, this will be done automatically. I just say that I need system or the agent will go and see from the job description what are the skills, announce, receive all the CVs, sort them, and then make an interview, the system without any human intervention, evaluate the interview, and then give you or 3 or 4 candidates that are potentially okay. And other than that, supply chain management. So there are, this is an example of for an AI agentic for logistic optimization. So the agentic technology is there now. We were talking about expecting that this will take time. However, no, it's now there. Huge investments are done in this area. So this will even make more and more impact on the job market. For Arab Open University, we did not wait. We started back March 2024, right? Almost 4 months after the launching of ChatGPT, we were having the first AI strategy, and our approach was from as Arab Open University is we want to teach our students how to use this technology properly, to train our faculty how to use this technology in their classroom. So we crafted a strategy and we started the implementation early stage, and it has 7 pillars to enhance AI in teaching, or to collaborate AI in teaching and learning. Capacity building was a pillar, so we have done a lot in this area. Innovation, we established, recently established an AI Center of Excellence that will be also have micro centers in all campuses. We also adopted a strategy to how to leverage this for administration and student services. Cybersecurity solution, we immediately invested in building solutions that leverage AI to resist AI. So AI against AI, and also it's our goal to have impact on the community, and this has continuous evaluation and monitoring. So we started with like a similar boot camp for faculty having awareness for almost students, staff, faculty, everyone, and then we integrated, we introduced a course AI for everyone for all of our students. We, with all the deans, we reviewed the curriculum, integrate AI tools within the curriculum. So every mission that had now a roadmap for all the courses, how to leverage AI and to teach students to use AI in the modules. Also, with assessment, we built an assessment strategy. We believe that the existing assessment strategies will not work with AI. So we have every institution first like to revisit the assessment strategy. This is why we have a strategy, a new strategy that was piloted for almost 1 year in all programs, how to improve the assessment so that we can promote critical thinking. We built our own ethical framework, and that was built around ethical frameworks from UNESCO, from SEDAI and PSA, from other universities in the region. We built our, and we aligned this even with the responsible AI principle. So the system is comprehensive. We have our AI policy, and this was updated, and the system now, we built our own AOU GPT. It is not it is a guided personal tutor. We implemented this internally within the university. It is not open. It is trained in our own educational material, not open to the garbage of the internet. So, and we piloted this in 2 courses. And this is integrated, as you can see, with the LMS, with the course. And we trained even another component on how to the system can answer like questions for students and faculty with a mentioned, this is we have several challenges, and this even it's aligned with the ethical framework to provide full control over our student, our material is not exposed. By the way, we use hybrid approach where we have our loan, our large language model machine, and this system will go first to the local machine, and we go to the ChatGPT, the mini one, if we need it. So the system starts within the boundary of the university, and it is, as I mentioned, it's fully integrated with the LMS. We have conducted our first evaluation, and the result was basically in line with what we saw from international studies. Also, we are building another system, which is the TAIA, which is for the faculty, in preparing presentations, preparing assessment, and we, by the way, for the assessment, we use Bloom system in order to ensure that we are covering all skills and focusing on critical skills. We are using also building a system that will do or help in the grading for some assignments, and also to provide the student at-risk analysis. We started the predictive analysis for student at risk, by the way, 2020. At that time it was rule based. Then we used machine learning system to improve the system, and we are moving the system step by step. We are also investing in CRM for education that will help the student to increase student success, provide customer portal, AI driven omnichannel, etc. And we built the system, the AI Center of Excellence, as I mentioned, and this center will have the presence in the headquarters as well as in all the countries. And this basically an overview of what we have done at our university. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Omar Al-Jarrah, for this insightful presentation about agentic AI and the initiative that AOU have done to implement that internally. Now, just for the purpose of the time, we will only be able to take one or two questions. We're starting with the gentleman sitting on the right. If you can pass him the microphone. Thank you. Our last question, yeah.
Well, last month we had the AI Summit, the International AI Summit in Kuwait. And one of the recommendations was basically to incorporate AI in quality assurance accreditation framework. You see, our academic systems basically are very rigid. This is why now, in terms of AI and technology, we have the private sector being much higher and leading instead of the academic institution where we so because of the rigidity of the system and the resistance, and as you know, culture builds strategy always. So about micro credentials. As we know, micro credentials is also reshaping the higher education sector outside, especially in the United States and in Europe. However, our accreditation system does not accommodate the micro credential, does not recognize the micro credential. So without having skills and employability skills within the accreditation framework, we'll have this misalignment. So this is also maybe one of the recommendation of this conference that will go to the official is basically, okay, try to incorporate this and the accreditation and quality assurance framework.
Thank you so much, Dr. Umar Al-Jarrah, for your insightful presentation today. The talk about AI will never end, and agentic AI as well. But we have to move on with our next speaker for the day. Thank you so much, Dr. Umar Al-Jarrah. Our next keynote speaker is a world-renowned academic whose research in informatics has influenced scholars globally. Coming to us from the Department of Informatics at the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, Greece, please welcome Professor Emeritus Dr. Helen Karatza. Her work is a complex system modeling and simulation is truly pioneering.
It is my pleasure to participate this conference again this year. I participated last year as well. And I will present you today my talk in the area of cloud computing. The title is Resource Allocation and Scheduling Across Mist Fog Cloud Continuum. So, the scope of this talk is to present state-of-the-art research covering a variety of concepts in cloud, fog, and mist computing from the performance perspective, resource management issues that must be addressed in order to make clouds viable for high-performance computing, efficient scheduling techniques for complex time-critical applications in these cloud computing platforms, and finally to provide future trends and directions in the cloud computing area. First I will present some cloud issues, then I will continue with resource management and scheduling in clouds. I will present complex workloads, real-time applications, very important issue in generally in today for the Internet of Things. Then I will continue with the new platforms of cloud computing, which are fog and mist computing, and finally conclusions and future directions. Cloud issues and big data issues. As we know, the overwhelming flow of data of huge volume generated by a wide spectrum of sources such as sensors, mobile devices, social media and the Internet of Things has led to the emergence of trends such as big data and big data analytics. Computationally intensive applications are employed in many domains such as science, engineering, enterprises, finance, etc., in order to exploit the power of big data. Big data analytics employ computationally intensive algorithms in order to process big data and produce meaningful results, but in a timely manner. Consequently, applications operating on big data can be considered as real-time with firm deadlines, since failing to meet their time constraints would make the results useless. Cloud computing offers cost-effective services to demanding applications. However, cloud energy consumption is a concern with an impact to the environment. Resource allocation and scheduling are important issues towards the direction of sustainable cloud. Scheduling manages the selection of resources for a job, the allocation of jobs to the resources, and the monitoring of jobs execution. Composite jobs, composite applications may have end-to-end deadlines, and this is the case of real-time scheduling, while software failures may occur during the execution of a composite job, and this is the case of fault-tolerant scheduling. A job, an application, may consist of independent tasks which can be processed in parallel, and this is the case of the so-called bag of tasks scheduling, or a job may consist of frequently communicating tasks which must be processed in parallel, and this is the case of gang scheduling. Finally, a job may be decomposed into a collection of tasks with precedence constraints among them, and these tasks may be scheduled on different nodes of the system, and this is the case of workflow scheduling. Real-time scheduling. Clouds are often used to run time-critical, that is, real-time applications. In real-time systems, the correctness of the system does not depend only on the logical results of the computations, but also on the time at which the results are produced. Such systems are used for the control of nuclear power plants, financial markets, radar applications, etc., contributing to the goal towards sustainable cities. The jobs in a real-time system have deadlines which must be met. If a real-time job cannot meet its deadline, then its results will be useless or even worse, catastrophic for the system and the environment that is under control. This is a case of a real-time system where we can see real-time jobs, the arrival time, start time, finish time, and the deadline. So the finish time has to be before the deadline. This is a case of a periodic job where we can see the completion time of the job and also the deadline, which is equal to the period. In real-time systems, it is often more desirable for a job to produce an approximate result by its deadline than to produce an exact result but late. Imprecise or partial or approximate computations is a very important issue in real-time systems. Can achieve that. It is a technique according to which the execution of a real-time job is allowed to return an intermediate, that is partial or imprecise results of poorer but still acceptable quality when the deadline of the job cannot be met. For example, in image processing. It is assumed that every job is monotone, that is, the accuracy of its intermediate results is increased as more time is spent to produce them. If the execution of a monotone job is fully completed, then obviously the results are precise. Typically, a monotone job consists of the mandatory part, which is followed by an optional part. In order for a job to be completed, it must complete at least its mandatory part before its deadline. And this is the case where we have the mandatory part of the job, and the start of the job can be postponed a little in order to accommodate other critical jobs with harder deadlines. So this can be postponed up to the job's notification time, because the remaining time will be equal to the job's mandatory part. Fault tolerant scheduling. Fault tolerance is an important issue in cloud computing. Real-time systems in particular need to tolerate possible software faults that may cause failures during the execution of a job. Imprecise computations combined with checkpointing can provide fault tolerance in large-scale distributed real-time systems such as clouds. This is achieved with application-directed checkpoints, where each job is responsible for checkpointing its own progress periodically by saving its intermediate results at regular intervals during its execution, so that a checkpoint takes place when the job completes its mandatory part. This is the case where we have for sure a checkpoint when the job's mandatory part finishes in order to ensure the completeness of the job. And the combination of checkpointing and approximate computations is very important. A case of parallel jobs is the case of bag of tasks, where a bag of task application is a job which consists of simple independent tasks which arrive to the system at the same time. Execution of a bag of tasks job is considered as completed when all of its tasks which belong to the same job have finished their execution. The performance of a software as a service cloud under various tardiness bounds and different levels of workload computational demand variability has been evaluated in this research, studied and evaluated. Here we can see the usefulness of the results of a job with soft deadline over time. We can see that we have 100% usefulness when the time is short, but the usefulness drops down as the time goes farther than the deadline. This is a queuing network model which represents a software as a service cloud system. And here we can see the monetary cost per time unit charged for the execution of each job according to the provided level of quality of service as defined in the multi-tier service level agreement. We can see that we pay more when it takes a short time to finish the execution of the job, and we pay less as we approach, as the time proceeds, and we approach a time bound. Gang scheduling is another case of scheduling in cloud computing, where jobs sometimes consist of frequently communicating tasks which can be processed in parallel. An efficient way to schedule this kind of jobs in gang scheduling is gang scheduling, which is a combination of time and space sharing. According to this technique, a job is decomposed into tasks that are grouped together into a gang and scheduled and executed simultaneously on different processors. Here we have the representation of a gang job where we can see the parallel tasks which communicate very frequently. And here is the queuing network model which we use this type of models to represent these applications running in the cloud. And we have examined the impact of checkpointing interval selection on the performance of a software as a service cloud, where gang jobs with firm deadlines and approximate computations are scheduled for execution under various failure probabilities. Finally, we go to directed acyclic graph type applications, where a job, an application, may be decomposed into a collection of tasks with precedence constraints among them, so that a task's output may be used as input by other tasks of the job. That is, a job is a directed acyclic graph or a workflow, as we say today. Here is a representation of an application of a DAG type, where we can see the critical path in bold, which decides the execution time of the job. One of the main characteristics of cloud environments is the elasticity of the virtualized resources, which allows them to dynamically scale in or out. In this study, we investigated the effect of laxity of real-time workflow jobs on the performance of elastic cloud resources. Linear workflow scheduling has been studied in this research published in 2024, where we examined resource allocation and aging priority-based scheduling of linear workflow applications with transient failures and selective imprecise computations. And here we can see we have examined linear workflows where a failure can occur after the second checkpoint of the exit task without employing imprecise computation, while here we have a failure, another case where a failure can occur after the second checkpoint of the exit task, where imprecise computations are used. Energy efficiency. Energy efficiency in cloud systems reduces energy consumption and operational costs. There is a growing focus on the minimization of the carbon footprint of the computational resources, especially through the efficient scheduling of the workload towards the goal of sustainable cloud. An energy-aware heuristic of the scheduling of real-time workflow applications in cloud environments has been proposed in the past, where the approach of these papers utilizes per core dynamic voltage and frequency scaling on the underlying heterogeneous multi-core processors in combination with approximate computations in order to fill in schedule gaps. This is the queuing network model which we employed for the evaluation of the performance of this system. And now another platform based on cloud computing is fog computing. Fog computing extends the cloud computing paradigm to the edge of the network, thus enabling a new breed of applications and services. The approach aims to schedule computationally intensive tasks with low communication demand to run on the cloud, while tasks with low computational requirements but high communication cost are processed closer to the user on the fog. This is the queuing network model. We can see the Internet of Things sensors and devices, then the fog, and then up to the sky, the cloud. And this is a workflow job studied in this research, and which evaluates the performance of a heterogeneous fog platform where multiple data-intensive workflow jobs with deadline constraints arrive dynamically. Mist computing. Mist computing is the extreme edge of the network, typically consisting of microcontrollers and sensors. Mist computing uses microcomputers and microcontrollers to feed into fog computing nodes and potentially onward towards the centralized cloud computing services. The two main goals of mist computing include enabling resource harvesting by computation and communication capabilities available on the sensor itself, and allowing arbitrary computations to be provisioned, deployed, managed, and monitored on the sensor itself. In mist computing, especially from the security and cost aspect of view, has been studied in this research. And here we have the representation, 4 layers. We have Internet of Things, very close to the user, then mist computing, close enough, then fog computing a little farther, and cloud computing which is far away from the user. So, a security, cost, and energy-aware heuristic was proposed for the dynamic scheduling of multiple real-time workflow jobs that processed Internet of Things data with various security requirements. They were studied in this research published in 2024. And this was the queuing network model of this system. And this is another research in missed computing, published again in 2024. And this is the queuing network model of a cloud fog mist environment. And finally, fluid computing is an architectural principle based on the abstraction of the topological details of the computational infrastructure, where fluid architectures provide an end-to-end fabric that can be used to seamlessly provision, deploy, manage, and monitor applications regardless of whether the underlying resource is provided by the cloud infrastructure, the fog, or by Internet of Things. Fluid computing unifies under a single abstraction cloud, fog, and mist computing. In other words, cloud, fog, and mist computing can be seen as application of fluid computing in a specific bounded content. Conclusions. Our perception of computing is changing constantly. We have noticed cloud, fog, mist. The rise of cloud computing presents a new opportunity for the evolution of computing, and maybe in few years computers will be nothing more than thin clients, and all our processing will be done on the clouds. However, multiple issues have to be addressed before clouds become viable for large-scale real-time distributed processing. Security, availability, and energy efficiency will need the improvement of existing technologies or the introduction of new ones in order to achieve scalability that spans over a very large number of nodes. Thank you very much. I'm afraid, as I have been told, we don't have the time.
We can take one at least.
For
We'll
one?
take it.
Okay, one.
Thank you so much, Dr. Helen, for your insightful presentation about cloud computing and its future. For the sake of time, we shall be limiting the question and answer session. Who can, if there is any question from the audience? Dr. Asdaq, can somebody provide the mic?
But the doctors can decide what happens if the image is executed 80%. Then this is a type of applications which can tolerate partial execution. Not all applications. They are very, very critical with hard deadlines, applications which need to be completed before the deadline. If the doctors wait for the image to be completely perfect, then they might take late decision. So for critical applications which can tolerate partial computations, this is a very important issue.
A little more about mist computing. You show the layer,
Yes.
layer, and we have end user who are controlling the mist layer, right?
Yes.
So how do you relate it? Like sensors are deployed on my body.
We have, if applications are, for example, not very much computational intensive, but if they have security problems or privacy, and they should not send away to the cloud because we don't know the legislations of the place where the cloud servers are, or the communication, these applications are very communication intensive. We should not send them far away. It is better to run them closer to the user. But if they, of course, they should not be very much computationally intensive, because mist resources or fog resources are not so many and like the resources of the cloud. So it depends on the application.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
I don't know if we have time.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Helen, for your insightful presentation. For later on, if you have any question on the presentation of Dr. Omar Al-Jarrah or the presentation of Dr. Helen, you can catch them during the day, either here or at the lunch break. You can elaborate on your questions and inquiries. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Helen. We can never get enough of questions, but we have to proceed. Now moving on to our third speaker, joining us virtually all the way from Japan, Professor Dr. Hironori Washazaki. He is the 2025 president of the IEEE Society, leading the world premier organization for computer scientists and engineering. His influence reaches every corner of our global technology community. At Waseda University, he serves as a professor and the associate dean of the Research Promotion Division. His expertise is sought after worldwide, serving as a visiting professor at the National Institute of Informatics and scientific advisor to institutions across Europe and Asia. As a pioneer in software engineering, he is currently setting the global agenda for research and innovation. Professor Washazaki, the floor or the virtual floor is yours. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please share your screen or open your video so that the audience can? Hello, Dr. Washazaki. It's a pleasure having you
Hey, hello. Do you hear me? Okay. Assalamu alaikum. This is Hironori Wasaki. Thank you for introducing me, and also thank you for having me. I'm working at Waseda University as full professor, but also this year I'm honored to lead the entire IEEE Computer Society, that's world's largest professional computing organization. So today I'd like to briefly introduce you the impact, the strategies of IEEE Computer Society, and particularly with respect to large language model, AI, and software engineering, because I came from the field of software engineering. Okay, so here's just a brief introduction of IEEE Computer Society. So for over 75 years, we have empowered the people who advance technology by delivering resources and solutions that computing students and professionals need to achieve goals at all stages of their careers, from pre-college students to college students to professionals and senior and every stage, we support, as a professional home. And you can see that we have more than 375 community members, and we have a lot of chapters, including, of course, Bahrain, your country. And one of the goals is to lead the way in new technical areas such as AI and quantum computing and so on. Therefore, to advance such, the new areas, every year we publish IEEE. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, okay, okay. Hold on. I understand that. Okay, okay. Um, okay, so what I was about to say, all right, is every year, IEEE Computer Society publishes the IEEE Computer Society Technology Predictions. That's a kind of annual report to envision the future. And here's a chart, a figure taken from the latest technology predictions reports. And basically, we envision the future, in other words, what's next, okay? Particularly, oh, okay, okay, hold on. Uh, oh, you see my screen now? Hello, do you see my screen? Yes. Okay, great. All right. So I was about to say. All right. So the VMB. Oh, okay. So I don't know. Okay. So then I will not maximize the window. Maybe like this. Okay. Okay. Then I will not maximize. All right. I was about to. Okay, so we envision the future, and perhaps it consists of particular three key areas. One is, of course, AI, particularly artificial general intelligence, such as generative AI, of course, but also next generation AI, metaverse, and also low power AI accelerator. So AGI is a kind of engine, right, to accelerate any digital transformation in any field, such as healthcare, 3D printing, and also even quantum computing and so on. And finally, we need to move towards sustainability. In other words, how our activities can be sustainable in economic way, but also in ecological way. And so we need to, and also we need to reduce the impact on the economical and also ecological sustainability. So like that, these are three key areas. Okay, then particularly well today, due to time limitation, I will basically focus on AI. Particularly, I'm from software engineering. So what's the intersection between AI and software engineering? Okay, so. Particularly in these years, I'm reading the evolution of guide to the software engineer body of knowledge, or in short, 3-book guide. Okay, so in many years, computer society leads the area of software engineering by publishing and also by evolving this guide to the software engineering variable, in short, SWIBOK guide. So SWIBOK guide is to guide researchers and practitioners to identify and have a common understanding of generally accepted knowledge in software engineering, because software engineering is quite broad, right? From software requirements to software design to testing and so on and so on. So we need to identify what are common knowledge, and also we need to organize a system of knowledge. This is exactly what you can get. Okay, and the SWIBOK guide consists of the knowledge areas such as software testing, software requirements, and so on. And each knowledge area consists of multiple topics, and each topic refers to some reference materials such as textbook or standards and so on. And based on SWIBOK guide, we are currently reorganizing running courses, running contents, but also certification program. Yes, so computer society is going to certify software profession. So soon we will announce its former, certification program soon. And then the SWIBOK guide has been just, released. Its latest version has been just released last December. Okay. So then what's the intersection between, once again, AI and software engineering? Okay, so because particularly in these couple of years, AI is quickly emerging even in the area of software engineering. So AI is quite impacting on the way of software development. Okay, so therefore, okay, so this figure shows from left hand side to right hand side, we have evolved the SWIBOK guide to address some modern engineering and also practice update, including the AI and software engineering. Okay, so you may see that, for example, we have added new knowledge areas such as architecture, operations, and security, because those areas are becoming more and more important. And also we additionally refer to AI and software engineering. Particularly, there are two directions. One is AI for software engineering, and another direction is software engineering for AI. Okay, so then what's next? What's the future? Well, of course, it's always hard to predict, but at least in the next 5 years, we can see, towards 2030, we can say that software engineering plus something, particularly some the evolution of computing platform. Okay, because basically the evolution of software engineering is somehow aligned with the evolution of fundamental computing platform, right? From like mainframe to client servers, internet, ubiquitous computing like iPhone, and now we are in the era of course, IoT, big data, and AI. Okay, then what's next? Okay, so in next 5 years, of course, platforms could be more like generative AI, foundation models, autonomous computing, quantum computing, and also computing continuum. It is exactly what Professor Helen mentioned that in the previous keynote, right? So from mist computing to fog, cloud, and also and so including of course edge computing. So how software engineering can be aligned with or empower those computing platforms like generative AI, quantum computing sustainability, autonomous system, and also computing continuum. And also then process will be could be more like AI assisted one, such as AI assisted DevOps. DevOps is a kind of combination of development and operation. Okay. So then, to envision such future, Computer Society recently inaugurated the new kind of workshop-based community called IEEE CBOK Summit. Okay, so it is a kind of premier industry-focused event, but not only industry, but also bringing together researchers, educators, and all together to collaborate and also share experiences, challenges in software engineering knowledge, skills, competencies, and also related topics like training program and certification and so on. And we had its very first one very successfully this April in Ottawa, collocated with ICCE. ICCE is the largest software engineering conference, and we plan to hold it again next April in Brazil, Rio de Janeiro, to be collocated once again with ICCE 2026. And well, although we have already closed the submission of extended abstracts, but still we are currently receiving talk summary in, submissions until January 5th. So you still have time. So if you're interested, please join us and let's grow this community together. So then I want to finally I want to particularly briefly introduce you the kind of latest update about AI for software engineering. Okay, in other words, how AI, particularly generative AI, can empower software engineering, such as software requirements, software design, architecture, and so on. So that can be seen as a kind of a transition, successful transition from AI as assistant to AI as agent and towards AI human co-value creation. So this chart shows how we can grow the kind of presence of AI in our daily software engineering activities, such as AI as a tool that has a quite a low risk, right? And then usually AI as a tool impacts on usually process by handling some completion, such as code completion or having some chat. And then some companies and some researchers are moving towards more like AI as a partner, okay, to by taking some risk, okay, and usually such AI would affect not only process but also product. And finally, last but least, we are heading towards AI as agent, right? So then AI can automatically do some planning and do some task and do evaluate and plan again. And so that kind of very kind of self-independent agent. Okay, and here's a future called soft engine 3.0. And in such vision, developers, customers, and even end users, and of course AI agents. Those are all software makers. Okay, makers. So then they would make software. Okay, so of course we need to take some risk. Okay, so then what's the reality? Okay, here's a very famous literature review on how AI has been adopted into the software engineering task, particularly large language model. Okay, so okay, left hand side, this pie chart shows the kind of the a percentage of each software engineering task, okay, which adopts large language model. And you can see that the majority is about coding, such as software development or software maintenance or software testing. So these are basically about software coding and also testing and coding related tasks. And what in other words, there's this quite large room for improvement or large room for adoption of large language model into software engineering tasks, such as software requirements, software design, and software management. You can see a quite small portion right now. So we can do more about those areas, requirements, design, management, and so on. Okay, so to lead that, excuse me, to lead that direction, our team at Waseda University is together with global and also local collaboration. We are advancing many research and practices. For example, what about requirements engineering? Okay, so of course we can empower that by adopting large language model. So here's a very latest example. So yeah, let's assume that there are a bunch of inquiry interaction logs between customers and some software companies or service companies. Okay, and then by adopting large language model, we can extract the knowledge graph in explicit way. Okay, such as here there are some situations and some questions and corresponding answers. So we can abstract and we can extract this kind of a knowledge graph by adopting large language model. And then once again, by adopting large language model, okay, then we can generate a persona. Persona is a kind of fictional, but not 100% fictional, but based on data, based on fact. And we can identify some major user profiles, like for example, novice agency staff or experienced agency staff, and each different profile would have different pain points, different needs, and different background. And based on that, requirements engineers can consider new features or maybe the refinement of requirements. And so this is exactly happening right now by adopting large language model to requirements engineering. And of course, not requirements engineering, but also some other almost every phase we can adopt. For example, this demo shows how we can somehow automate software repair. right? So actually, the end-to-end automated software repair is a kind of dream, and well, it is still not yet achieved, right? So, but many researchers, including us, are moving towards end-to-end automated software repair. It means that AI detect defects, and then report it and validate it and finally fix it. So this demo shows not a end-to-end 100% automated process, but a kind of semi-automated and also involving human engineers. For example, human engineers can type input some information or partial information to the system. Okay, then an AI agent can support the enhancement of bug reports, and also AI agents can support to locate where's the bug. Okay, where's the kind of suspicious components, and also prioritize them as well. And then AI agents can also support fixing corrected bugs. So it is exactly happening right now. So many researchers are moving towards such direction. Then, but the key question is that okay, so as you see that many researchers, including us, adopting large language model and so generative AI more and more into our software engineering task. But the key question is that are we trusting them? In other words, how human engineers actually trust AI agents? That's a key question, okay? Because if we do not trust AI agents, then it's meaningless, right? And so here's a very interesting study led by Professor Ahmed Hassan. Well, he's working at Queen's University. Well, he is leading this area for software engineering. And that's very interesting. So I want to introduce that. That is, his team tried to compare the approval rate of change proposals, in other words, in pull requests generated by human engineers and also generated by AI agents. So then they compare such requests the approval rate. Okay. Yeah. For example, you may see here. Yes. Yeah, I know. Right. Yeah, I know. Yes, I will conclude my talk. Right. Okay. Yes. Time, we are running out of time. So thank you for you. All right. So I was about to say that. Okay. So here you may see that blue line shows indicates the approval rate of human engineers. Okay. In other words, approval rate of change proposals generated by made by human, and the orange line shows the approval rate of change proposals generated by AI agents. So you can see that mostly AI agents got quite a low approval rate compared with human engineers. However, in the case of documentation, that actually surpasses the human engineers. So it implies that okay, the documentation is no longer the human engineer's task, but AI agents can do that. But some other tasks, such as feature implementation, bug fixing, or performance, or refactoring, but still human engineers do not trust AI agents so much. So that's a key problem. Okay, so maybe this can be my last slide. Okay, so as you see that AI is now going to be adopted more and more, and particularly many researchers are moving towards not only single AI agent but also multi AI agent based development. Okay, such as requirements agent, design agent, or architecture agent, and also a coding agent, and so on and so on. And that's a kind of a dream, another dream of the end-to-end, development from requirements to even maintenance. However, as you see that trust is still the key problem. Okay, so we need to enhance trust through controllability, explainability, and transparency of AI agents. And also we all know that it's a fundamental issue. There are a lot of issues like the bias, data quality, and so on. Okay, so to do so we need to do more research and also practice. I think that concludes my talk, and thank you for having me, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Washazaki, for this interesting presentation about the realm of agentic AI and the large language model. Again, for the sake of the time, we are going to take only one question. So, do we have question from the audience over here? Yes.
First of all, thank you for this interesting presentation. My question is about, the analysis. What are the risks of relying on, generating AI on, on cybersecurity analysis, and how can these risks be mitigated? Thank you very much.
That's a good question, because we all know that AI is never correct, 100% correct, right? So, not only hallucination, but also, bias and so on and so on. So that's why we need to always do some, monitoring of this, okay? Oh, and also with respect to the aspect of the security and privacy, we need to always adopt some, a kind of guardrail, okay? Not only for input, but also output. For example, we can check the input, okay? And how the communication between AI and also human can be, well organized. We can check that. And at the same time, we can also check the output, For example, how output is good, corresponding to the former, created, ground truth or whatever. But still, it is a challenge, how we can keep, monitoring of such an input and output by adopting guardrail, but also corresponding, but also against higher level, goals and the requirements. Oh, and also at the same time, over reliance on AI could sacrifice could be a problem about the human engineers inside of the target, right? For example, if AI agent says that, okay, so this system is really good about the security, should we trust that? And what's the rationale about that? Therefore, AI agents always need to provide us explainability and so what's the rationale behind that decision? Okay, then finally human can decide the next step. There is a human in the loop, okay, not human on the loop, but it should be human in the loop at least currently.
Thank you so much, Dr. Washazaki, for this amazing presentation. Of course, if you would like to communicate with Dr. Washazaki, you can send him your question through the email and the contact detail he have provided at the beginning. Thank you so much. Now, we shall move on to the first panel discussion of this conference, titled Gen AI-Driven Autonomous Systems. This session will explore the transformative power of generative AI in the field of robotics, intelligence control, and real-time automation. To lead this vital session, I would like to call our moderator, Dr. Hassan Razaki, who shall be introducing all the distinguished panel who will be joining him in the stage. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Now we're going to move for the first panel discussion in today's agenda. It is about generative AI-driven autonomous system. Now, I'm assistant professor, and brief profile about myself. I'm assistant professor at Arab Open University Bahrain branch. Also, I'm heading student affairs and graduation department. I got my PhD from Brunel University, 2017, and master degree in multimedia information system also from Brunel University in 2004, and my BSc is in computer science from Bahrain University. And we had Professor Mansour Morning with us. He was teaching me in Bahrain University. So I worked for 10 years in Bahrain University. When I graduated, I joined Bahrain University. Then after 10 years, I left Bahrain University. I went to Ahli University for 15 years. then went back to Bahrain University. Now I'm with Arab Open University. Now our speakers today, we have Mr. Rashid Sinan, founder of Ittisalcom, and also Abu Bakr Muhammad, CTO at Beyond Cyber Bahrain. Also we have with us Mr. Mirza Asrar, CEO of CTM 360, and Abdullah Ishaq. He apologized. He said he is traveling today, so we have another person from GPM going to represent Mr. Abdullah Ishaq. So Mr. Rashid Sinan, he is expert in Bahrain's telecommunication sector with more than 30 years of experience. He worked at Betelco, he's ex-Betelco, and founder of Ittisalcom. He got his MBA in marketing from Bahrain University, and also B engineering in electronic from Plymouth University. He is a board member at Ittisalcom, Bahrain Technology Company Society, and also ICT, as well as Ahli University. And he is an E-Achiever of the Year Award 2001, awarded by the Arabian Business, presented by Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, recognized for work with Betelco, Jersey, ISP, and Betelco. So let me shift to my slide because I have one updated slide here, if you allow me. Sure, see, I have it already here. My presentation, yeah. So I have it here, 5. Yeah, this is better. Now our second speaker, or the panelist member, Mr. Abu Bakr Muhammad, CTO Beyond Cyber, and he led expansion recognized as fastest growing cybersecurity company in GCC. He has more than 20 years experience in cybersecurity strategy, advisory, and CERT leadership. He got his MBA from University of Hull, and is former ISACA member, Bahrain chapter, and also he led Bahrain Telecommunication Cybersecurity and Data Privacy Regulation, and is former cyber defense consultant at Sentinel. Our third speaker, Mr. Mirza Asrar Beg, founder of CTM 360, where he is a creator, or the company is a creator of digital risk protection platform, and his vision is build locally and scale globally. He got his computer science from KFU PM Saudi Arabia, and he has more than 30 years experience in cybersecurity. He was speaker for he worked as a regional speaker on GCC about cyber threat, and about the CTMs is a data-driven platform providing real-time digital risk and posture analytic. And our last speaker is Mr. Abdullah Ishaq. He left to Saudi Arabia today, so he has another guy going to represent him in this panel discussion. Now Abdullah Ishaq is a GM for GPM Bahrain, and he has a lot of experience in IT and digital transformation technology. So welcome with me all our panelists. So may I ask our panelists to join us into the stage. First of all, thank you very much for accepting our invitation and being with us in this panelist discussion. Now, our topic is about generative AI autonomous system. Now, we know we are in the era of AI now. used everywhere and it's become part of our life. Now, what do you mean by generative AI? Autonomous system means the AI does the complex things and take a decision instead of the human. We are as a human. So I have some questions about this topic. The first question is, how can organizations innovate responsibility with AI power system? Yeah, I can start with Mr. Rashid, if you want to start.
Yeah, sure. Of course, as we know, AI is becoming more intelligent, and we know that, of course, with intelligent, therefore, we need also to have an intelligent cyber security to defend our system, defend ourselves from the advance in AI. Now, in order for us to do this properly and responsibly, so we need to right from the design of any application or any software, we need to implement the ethics and responsibility into the design stage. So that right from the beginning. So when we come to design software or design an application, we would have implemented all the necessary to ensure ourselves, to ensure that whatever we're going to end up with is really acting in a properly manner, so not to impact or we see, okay, now we know that with AI you see there is a lot of like deep fake and all of that, and so this is some part where we have you know, they say people see the bad thing of AI. Well, the good thing of AI, there are a lot of good things about AI, but we have to ensure that ethics and the accountability actually for the application that we will end up with is being accounted for. So I think I have the guys here, all the cyber security guys. I'm the only one who's not cyber security. So I leave them to answer that in a different manner.
Sure. First of all, thank you for this opportunity to be among these esteemed panelists. For organizations to adopt AI, I think just like any other transformation, it has to start with having the right purpose in place, basically. So the impact of AI, particularly generative AI, has been so intimidating in terms of the possibilities that some of the basics of transformations get sidelined. Now, for example, when we are adopting AI as an organization, we need to understand that one size doesn't fit all. So each of the industries may have their own use cases. Mostly when we advise organization as to how to go about adopting AI, we tell them start with the very basic fundamental question: what is the business outcome you are looking at? What is the business problem you are trying to solve? How AI is going to help you achieve those business outcomes? How it will be infused in your processes? And then fundamentally ask this question also at the same time, that what happens if AI doesn't work or it fails to achieve that purpose? Are there the right guardrails in place, not for you to act at the time when things have gone wrong, but through the entire AI life cycle, right from the development to the deployment to the operationalization phase? A continuous feedback mechanism has to be in place. As technologists, we are the ones who are the most skeptical about when there is a conversation around, policies and governance be in place. But at the same time, when it comes to AI, we need to look at it from the perspective of not as restrictions, but actually guardrails which will help us experiment more, at the same time building trust and accountability towards the technology.
Good morning, everyone. Still morning, right? Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Hassan. This is the first time I'm coming into an IEEE talk. And though I started my cybersecurity long time back, and at that time, IEEE was the one place where I used to look for learning and understanding how to have standards and ethics in security. Okay? So this question topic today, it's very important. AI is being discussed everywhere, and the biggest elephant in the room is always that, hey, what will we do with people after AI? And that's where it comes in, that how do we do it in a manner which is ethical, and as my colleagues have mentioned, that where is this aspect? So I'll give you my response from a different angle as a strategy, let's say. Because if the challenge is that AI is going to take over people's jobs, and in terms of the words of a World Economic Forum think tank, Noah, I think Noal, his name is, he said we will have useless eaters. So this is how they are looking at it once AI comes in, is going to take over people. So rather, I would rather look at it like that. An organization who wants to implement AI should have a strategy thinking on it from the perspective of what am I producing. So today, if I'm producing 100 units and the cost is 80, using AI, I can produce the same 100 units at the cost of 20, let's say. So then I don't need those people. That's not the right approach. You have to look at, I don't want to produce 100, now I want to produce 500. And I need to have not 100, the people were, whichever, if let's say there was X number of employees, I have to hire more people, retrain the current, and then produce more. If that strategy comes in, it will help us solve, I think, other areas which are the issues with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I waited for the afternoon so I could say good afternoon, everyone. Right, a pleasure being here and talking to all of you. So I think the fellow panelists have spoken a lot about innovation and doing that responsibly, and to be able to integrate security throughout the life cycle of the AI development, which I think is extremely important. But there are two parts to this question, right? How do we innovate and how do we do it responsibly? And I think there has never been a technology that has diffused into our economy faster than AI, right? The industrial revolution took us about 100 years for the technology to truly diffuse in our economy. The internet took about 30 years to truly diffuse and create economic value. AI has done that in 3 years, right? And it will continue to be this exponential growth around the use of AI. And I think one of the most important things around innovation is rooted back in the stories of the past, to be honest. Say, for example, with the advent of electricity, a lot of organizations were divided into two parts. One were the organizations that would use electricity to light up a bulb in an organization, and that is definitely useful. And the equivalent of that is the use of ChatGPT today in our world, right? But there were definitely organizations like the one built by Henry Ford, who redesigned the entire factories for producing cars, right? They completely redesigned it, considering that electricity was a great invention, and by doing that, they were able to reduce the time to build cars from about 12 hours to around 90 minutes. And what that did was it brought down the cost of the cars, right? And it created more economic value. It changed how societies were built because commutes became very, very different, and a whole lot of enhanced economic value was created. And just to the point of Mr. Mirza, at the time, the per hour cost for every individual labor was X. It doubled through this innovation, right? So even with AI, I think it's about producing more with the same technology rather than trying to reduce the number of people. Creating that economic value is extremely important, and I think a lot of organizations need to redesign the entire organization's structure considering AI. Obviously, the use of ChatGPT is great, but never before have we had the opportunity in this region to try and use this technology to be at par with what's happening in the West, right? Earlier on, if there used to be a technology developed in the West, it used to take us about 10 years to do the same work here in this region. Today, we see architects and software developers and product companies that are doing the same kind of work that is happening in the West today, right? So it's an incredible opportunity for all of us, and the roots of that are built in universities such as Arab Open University, right? Because your developers, your students, and your architects are the ones that will help us build the future in our organizations as we continue to do that. The second aspect is just the responsibility bit, and I think a lot of the fellow speakers have actually already spoken about it. I fully agree with the fact that it needs to be done responsibly. As you adopt AI in the organization or use that for transformative technologies, it's very, very important that we realize that AI has still not reached a point where it can be used for critical decision making. It can be used as an assistant, yes. It can be used to augment human capabilities, yes, but then not at this point as a critical decision maker for critical infrastructure, right?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Abubakar. Now we move to the next question. Maybe you already answered part of the question that I'm going to say it. Now, how can policies balance AI innovation with risk management? So you have policy one side, and you have risk management. How we can balance between these two?
Yeah, I mean, we must see policies as an enablers rather than, it's going to stop or it will hinder our work with AI. So it should enable us to, we look at how we maybe experiment with AI, and so to lead us to, okay, we know where there are like the red lines should just like if you see the traffic light, for example, traffic light does not stop you. It will just prevent accident, but will not stop you from driving. So this is how I see it. Of course, I'm sure the strategists here have got different views, but for me as a telecom provider, we definitely follow policies and all of that, even when you implement AI. Because you see, when you look at people talking about AI agents, and they talk about, oh, I'm going to replace the human being, replace my agents. Okay, what is the cost of replacing an agent? You'll find that okay, your AI cost is more than the agent themselves. So what's the point? You have not achieved that what you are looking for. So really, going back to policies, is really to provide you the guidance of how we implement the AI to the goodness of our life, our human being. Okay, thanks.
So, just in continuation with what Mr. Rashid just mentioned, that policies have to be looked as more enablers towards being able to experiment, and more so with a new technology like AI. I don't know if we can call it new anymore or not, but with the kind of impact that the technology, particularly with generative AI, that it promises to bring in, and we have started seeing past the initial buzz, some of the actual results that are in. For such a technology, it is very important for it to build the trust and be accountable towards the kind of decision making that happens. Now, particularly think from the perspective of auditors, that any decision that is made based on AI intervention or AI based recommendations, if we are able to backtrace and explain it, that why such recommendation was made, it makes life easier for everybody who's involved, and particularly organizations. There are so many regulations that have come in, right? EU AI Act is there, and there are so many other regulations. Each country, it's an evolving science in itself, right? In terms of the AI regulations, in order to be able to comply to them, and in order to still deliver on the promise of technology, to achieve the kind of results that it can bring in, particularly that now we are discussing from, as we are moving from traditional AI to generative AI, which helps us make autonomous independent decisions. It is very, very important that such guardrails are adopted by the organization early, and as I said initially, it has to be throughout the life cycle. So it doesn't have to be post the decision making, but right from the identification of your use cases, development to final implementation. It has to start from when you are actually building and developing the AI tools. It has to start from sandboxing very early, piloting very early, and being open to feedbacks throughout the life cycle to make sure it is safe, trustworthy, and accountable.
Yeah, thank you for this question. So the question is about risk management. What can we do with the policies for AI so that we manage risks? So the first question is, within this question, what are the risks? So one risk we mentioned, we said about people, what will happen to the people. There are many other risks, in fact. And I'll talk about two of them, which are being highlighted at the moment. See, with currently what we have is AI, but then we are now moving towards AGI, artificial general intelligence, and then we will move to artificial super intelligence. Now all of this will also bring in a lot of the next generation of computers, quantum computing, which requires on its own a lot of energy. So to me, one risk which others are not talking about, the other two risks which I will mention. The first one is, from where will all this power come from? How will we have that much power? This means it will be cut off from somewhere else, and it has to be brought in to run these computers. So when these computers take over, in the sense of AI taking over, will it be that the world will be controlled by technocrats? Will we still have these forms of governments even there today? So that's a big risk. Why? Because today we have a country, a nation, a border, and within the border we have our own backgrounds, our culture. All of that, there is another set of mindset which is saying it is no more important. We need to get rid of it. And think of it like this. Today you hold a passport, which is your national passport. Tomorrow, you won't be having this passport. Rather, you will be having membership of a platform, Google platform. So now you can travel because you are X level of member of Google. You don't need a visa for this reason. Today, I'm from Pakistan. I need a visa for a lot of countries. Once that thing comes in, you don't need a visa for that reason. So the whole structure, the way our form of life today is, it's going to change. So now, is it good or bad? That's a separate thing to discuss. But all of this change will bring in a lot of human suffering, because it's not something very simple. So that's a big risk. What do we need to do? What forms of policies we need to make that this is not going to disrupt humanity in this form? There is a gentleman who used to be the Google chief business officer, he is, I think, Jordanian American, and he resigned from Google. Now he's running his own company, AI based but he is going around telling everybody, in the next couple of years, the world will go through such a destruction that you have never seen before it comes out to the other side. But this suffering, the policies which we require but there has to be an understanding of it first. Now, the near aspect of it, which is already coming in as a risk, is surveillance. Now, what level of surveillance as humans are we going to accept? Will we become robots? We can't do anything because even our thoughts will be policed. Every single action will be policed. I will be questioned why I looked at a certain article. Will the future be that whatever the government says, that's exactly what you need to do? That will bring in a lot of bias. And that's the big threat. So the risk is that if current, all the documentation, all the mindset is capitalist mindset good for humanity? Very simply, look at the bulb cartel. I don't know how many of you know here. This bulb cartel was put together back in the beginning of, I think somewhere like 1904 or 1905, when the first time light bulb was put together, and they found out that the bulb will never go bad for thousands of years. So they made a policy that the bulb has to go bad within 3 years, maximum 4 years. So people will have to buy new bulbs. That's a capitalist mindset. You are all having phones, but the battery cannot be changed. That's a capitalist mindset. Now, if AI is trained on this mindset, what kind of a future are we going to have? So those risks, it's above my pay grade to even think of what policies to manage it. I'm sorry, I can only say this aspect, but I can't give you the answer to the question.
So thank you very much for your honesty. Yeah, Mr. Robert.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I'll make this quick. I think obviously the strategic risks are definitely there. From a policymaker perspective, I think we just need to move fast, right? We need to be able to understand that there is innovation happening on a weekly basis, right? New papers come out from the likes of Google, China, etc., and they are experimented on, and that technology is brought into production very, very quickly. If the regulators have to keep up, have to take a technology mindset, also ensure that the economic value that needs to be created out of these technologies is there, while protecting and building in those guardrails as well. And I think a lot of us just mentioned that AI has a profound impact on society, right? It can affect the elections, it can affect with deep fakes and misinformation, have a massive impact. And it is important to identify those red lines very, very early on, and then to be able to create an environment where you have a degree of experimentation, you have a degree of innovation and adoption happening, while we continue to control or at least prevent some of the bad things from happening, right? One of the biggest risks that we have with AI today is not the compromise of AI or exploitation of AI. It's basically that you can persuade AI to do something wrong, whether it's areas of blackmail, areas of misinformation, and all of that stuff. I think that is something that we need to control and manage. But at the same time, risk is two parts, right? Being able to reduce the negative effects and to enhance the positive impact, right? And the regulators have this whole challenge of delivering both, right? To be able to reduce the negative impacts and to be able to move fast with experimentation, innovation, and to try and build more economic value out of AI.
Yeah, thank you very much for your feedback. We move to the third question for the sake of time. Now, the question is, what skills or training will the workforce need from your perspective?
Well, definitely when we talk about we want like the AI principles and all of that, because AI is going to go into all impact of our lives. So you need like not the overview of AI, but there are some people that would need this kind of training, would need this kind of skill. I mean, what we say, like, I mean, always hear this, that the AI will not replace a human being, but it will replace a human being that's not using AI. So this would means that everybody in his current job or his future job, he needs to learn more and more about AI. So there are different people. There are like the developers will have a different training. But those people who are just doing their normal life, like working as an agent. Okay, how I can use I will learn how to use the AI in my current job. So if I look at any application that I have today, if you have not thought of using AI into the application, then definitely you need to think of how to get rid of it in the future. So it's not going to continue if it doesn't have an AI element of some sort, which means that definitely I need to learn. As managers, we need to learn about AI. As work on the workforce, we need to learn about AI. And this is why I think you see a lot of AI training is being offered everywhere in Bahrain.
So, in terms of the AI adoption, I think training and skill development will play a major role going forward. And it is not just from the perspective of the consultants, the technologies, the regulators, but it has to start right from the top of the pyramid to the bottom of the pyramid. So even at the level of, say, executives or business heads, they need to understand that what is possible and what is not possible at this point of with respect to AI. What are the business outcomes that can be driven using AI, so that in the decision making it may help them. Similarly, for the middle management, as to how they can upskill and augment what they are doing utilizing AI in order to make sure that the productivity, efficiency of the organization increases. Now, each of the, if you pick up any of the verticals today, be it oil and gas, be it government services, be it telecom, be it any services that you talk about, there are very well articulated use cases where AI has already started impacting and showing results. Be it manufacturing, even in case of manufacturing, you have organizations like BMW who have now actually utilized AI for code generation and for controlled bots, for robots which are operating on the manufacturing floor, in order to make sure there are no collisions, in order to make sure there are the next best action can be taken place. Similarly, organizations like Siemens have now adopted it for digital twin, where they are using it at scale in order to simulate even before actions are happening, to make sure that you don't have to pay a heavy price for experimentation, rather than you can simulate things well in before and define what is the best action. Now, in order to implement all of this at each level of the organization, people need to understand and upskill themselves, one, in terms of what the technology is offering, how in their current role or skill set they can utilize it. For example, if I'm a product developer with, say, 20 years or 25 years of experience, where I am used to utilizing my experience in order to develop a new product, I can now utilize AI to actually feed in that 20 years of knowledge and simulate things much more faster, without having to have wastage of creating products and different versions of it before I reach the actual goal. So this level of adaptability will only come up once we are trained and we are skilled enough to understand what the technology brings into picture, where is it moving forward, how is it developing, and it cuts throughout the spectrum, right from the top to the very bottom.
Thank you. Yeah. Mr. Mirzabi.
Thank you. Yeah, both of you rightly have pointed out on the question, of course, about the skill set and the training which is required. It goes without saying that we need to be retrained. And as Abu Bakr was saying, so you should be, I would add to his words about the speed, that we need to be on a war footing on this. And it's more important to reskill what you were mentioning from the top. It's more important to reskill the white collar first, not the blue one. Blue collar would not have that much, although they use today. Everybody is holding a phone, smartphone, all of them leverage it for their own purposes, personal ones, but our management, which at the moment I feel is not really giving enough time, but they need to be skilled. They need to be thinking from those same aspects of learning for the outcomes. What is my use case and how best can we use it? So within our own capacity, we can know that this is my particular business, and in that business, which use case is the best scenario where I can adopt it quickly, and that would only come by doing this analysis and learning from that perspective. And then for example, one I can tell you, because I look at it from the strategy side always, one of the challenges that people think of it as a threat that if we bring in AI in the organization, it will threaten our job. So the way, one of the things which I did in my office was I kept on giving everybody this message, and I made a lot of themes for it, and the message was, we are not machines, we build machines. So because AI was going to change you and automate a lot of things. I think you can add better.
No, thank you so much. So two very quick things on this. Number one, I know we're short on time, but then very quickly, the two parts to this. One is the larger view, the strategic view, and World Economic Forum in 2025 skill set, the most needed skill sets list mentioned analytical thinking and complex problem solving in the top 5 skills required, right? But they projected a future of 2030 and said by 2030 the number 1 skill required for any individual, any professional in a workforce is complex analytical thinking. Now, in a world that will be driven by AI, we still need human and people to have the aptitude and the ability to solve critical problems, complex problems, and have that analytical thinking, right? So that is from a mindset perspective. When it comes to the skill set perspective, at the ground level, I think universities like Arab Open University and so many other universities have such an important role to play, right? I mean, we think the future of our company as Beyond Cyber lies with the young workforce that is coming in from universities such as AOU. You know, I mean, we get developers, software developers, cybersecurity professionals in our organization, and we've seen that, you know, the new generation, I think, is extremely keen on experimentation, extremely keen on research, and I think that is such an important skill set for us, right? Because a lot of us need to redesign and rewire a lot of the processes that we've had for years, and with AI we need to re-engineer that, and the only way to do that is to have a workforce that is willing to experiment, that's willing to go back to the first principles, and has the skill sets to adopt AI rapidly, because a lot of the problems that we're solving in our organizations, much like other organizations in the country and beyond, are problems that not many people have solved, right? A lot of people are solving it for the first time. So the way to do that, in my opinion, is to do a lot of experimentation and permutations and to redo those things, right? I mean, learn from them, make mistakes, and continue to develop that. And that is why universities are playing a huge role in this transformation and training people and upskilling people as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abu Bakr, for your valuable remarks, and also thank you very much for our panelists, Mr. Mirza Asrar, Mr. Maviz from GPM, and also Mr. Rashid Sinan. We have reached our range because we are running out of time, and we'll open the floor for one question. If anybody would like to ask a question to the panelists, please.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon. It's me, Dr. Ali. I'm the chairman of IEEE Bahrain section. And the question is, you are discussing debating the artificial intelligent future. As you said, now what I understood that AI is moved from let's say innovative tools to generative tools. And who will drive this human innovation? It will be a very serious, a good risk that we will lose our creativity and we hand it to artificial intelligence. So, if this is the future that we will be used by artificial intelligence as a machine, it will be back now. That we are the machine, and artificial intelligence will be the tool that will use us. Is it this the scenario will be in the future?
Right. Right. Thank you so much for this question. I think it's a great question because of many aspects, right? The number of studies that are being taking place at this point around how use of AI is reducing our cognitive capability, because we're probably outsourcing some part of that cognitive capability to AI, and when we don't use something as often as we should, obviously the strength of that capability goes down, right? So that is definitely a challenge, yes. To me, at least where we're standing today is that AI is the generative AI part is a very fast computational best next word or the best next token sort of a technology rather than an invention sort of a technology. It is still not reached that point. What I mean by that is, say for example, if you were to provide take AI back to, say for example, 1900s and give it exactly what Einstein had in terms of information, would it be able to come up with the theory of relativity? At this point in time, AI is not at a position where it can do the inventions or create new knowledge, a body of knowledge. What it is doing is it's collecting all of the knowledge that it's being trained on and using that for better computation, and obviously it has its own benefits. But then the future, definitely we're probably one or two algorithmic innovations away or inventions away from an AGI which would actually be able to think and invent things on its own. And if it's able to do that, then it would be able to do the same work much faster at a much lower cost compared to a human. And in those cases, definitely I think we will have for the first time in human history a technology that supersedes our own capability, right? So that is definitely a risk to the society. What will happen as a result, we don't really know, but we are definitely headed in that direction.
So it's not only AI. Even now, without even AI, we are losing our cognitive ability. Look at Google Maps when you're driving. People have stopped thinking about the roads. They are not really looking at it. And there was, a while back, there was an experiment where they were looking at the brains of the drivers in the UK, how they were building, how fast the neurons and the neuron networks in the brain were building, because they knew all the roads and they could figure out things. Now our children, I get upset with them because they rely too much on these technologies, and then they lose this ability. Sense of direction is not there anymore. People don't know. They don't know in which area they are, and which is what side, and which building is where. So it's not just the AI part, we are already losing it. And yes, as Abu Bakr said, it's something for future that we don't know. We don't know how it will turn out to be, but we have to find a way that we should not make it happen that it actually destroys our human part, with especially the AGI which is coming, and then comes the super intelligence after that.
Just very short, and I think maybe I tend to disagree with them, because we, as our generation, we built things. Now the new generation, they use things. Okay, they no more building things as we say it. Okay, maybe from the software point of view is a little bit different, but I believe the human brain will continue to work, even though, okay, maybe it will not do these things looking at the map and all of this, but it will be involved with other things to come. So what is these other things? This, of course, definitely we are thinking of, like, okay, what now, like if you go back the calculator. Now I remember my time, you're not allowed to bring calculator in the math But nowadays, everybody is using not even the calculator, but just much more than that. But we didn't say that, okay, we've lost doing the numbers in our head, and instead we're doing it. So we still, the human brain continues to, to work and even to excel despite of all these things. It's actually, we will use it to how to use AI for better future. So this is where it's going to use our brain.
Are we already for what being generated by artificial intelligence?
I will tell you, we are not ready.
This is the problem.
No, just absolutely right. We're not ready. We're not ready. But just a final remark on this. You know, the one difference between using a calculator and using AI is with calculator, that is automation, right? It's basically very fast computation. It's for the first time in human history that we are actually outsourcing the thinking capability, right? I mean, whether it's writing an email or really thinking of creative new ideas or building strategy, that cannot be outsourced, for example, to a calculator and all of that stuff. So in this new world and new reality, how it impacts us is definitely a question and something we'll find out pretty soon.
Just a very quick remark on behalf of the entire panel, because we have discussed so much around the risk of AI. It seems like, we are talking about a piece of technology that we should be a very skeptical about. Even the question that we got was that in going into the future, what it could be. But if you look at any piece of innovation in the past also, be it nuclear technology, it was used for making bombs as well as it was used for power generation. Industrialization happened and it moved us way, way faster into future, but at the same time at the cost of environmental goals being compromised. So, I mean, sitting at this point and saying that everything in the future would be good or bad, well, the answer is yes and no both. Because we cannot predict at this point that this piece of innovative technology, how it will translate to. What we know is that there is a lot of promise also that if it is used correctly and rightly, it can bring on a lot of benefits into medical innovations, into be it any space of life that you can talk about. So I think on behalf of the panel, we would like to say let's look at it from a very positive perspective rather than just focusing on the risks, because the future with AI is definitely very promising. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Kulubijan. So we have a warning now. May I ask Dr. Najma, President Ahli University, and also Professor Omar Jarrah to step into the stage.
We shall start by honoring the panel moderator, Dr. Hassan. Then we shall proceed with Dr. Rashid Asinan. Dr. Abu Bakr Muhammad. Dr. Mirza Asrar. representative of GBM, Mr. Nabil. Group photo for the panelists. Thank you, panelists, for this interesting panel discussion taking us into the world of AI, its risks, and its possible implementation. Now, for the sake of time, we shall proceed directly for the workshops. Ladies and gentlemen, we now transition from our panel discussion to an in-depth workshop session presented by our partner at GBM. Today's session is uniquely diverse, covering a spectrum that ranges from the future of simplified data center and cyber resilience backup to a cutting-edge interaction of AI-driven framework for art, evaluation, and quantum communication. To guide us through these sessions, we are joined by two distinguished experts from GBM Bahrain. First, please welcome Mr. Hyson De Souza, a solution architect specializing in IBM and Intel-based platforms. Hyson is a veteran in designing hybrid cloud and AI infrastructure that drive digital transformation for leading organizations. Joining him is Mr. Liminish Augustine, a project delivery manager at GBM. Liminish is not only an expert in resilient infrastructure and machine intelligence, but also bringing a fascinating interdisciplinary perspective as a licensed pilot and a professional artist. His work truly reflects the convergence of engineering rigor and creative expressions. Gentlemen, we are eager to learn from you today on this emerging technology. Mr. Hyson and Mr. Liminish, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thanks for the introduction. Okay, myself, Hyson De Souza, and I work in the capacity of solution architect at Gulf Business Machine. And I will do the first part of the presentation based on data centers, and my colleague Linesh, he will take care of the second part of the presentation. Okay, we have a quick agenda here. We will talk about simplified data centers, the evolution of data centers, and we'll go through hyperconverged infrastructures, how they have helped evolve data centers from large scale into small scales. Then we'll talk about cyber resiliency, and then I will let my colleague Limnesh talk about AI and how AI has helped into real life, So we have been doing projects, we have been working closely with customers across the region, across the Middle East, mostly based on Bahrain, and we have done a couple of implementations based on AI. And last, we'll have a quick question and answer session. So the first slide, if you see, is entire blank, okay? it's just to throw up some light. So whether we talk about data centers or whether we talk about cyber security, regardless whatever IT we are talking about, it's all surrounded by one. It's a one simple word, and we call it as data. So every day data is growing. Okay, every day we are creating data. Every day we are transporting data. As we sit over here, we have moving data. Example, you are receiving a WhatsApp message, correct? So data needs to go and sit somewhere. Data needs to be going and residing somewhere. And the second part will be is your data need to be protected. So whatever we do today into the IT field is all evolving around data. So you can see there are different, okay, just giving you a wide overview of how technology has evolved. We are using different technologies to save data. Okay, I have just put an overview over here. Maybe it's your laptop, maybe desktop, maybe mobile phones. You are transporting data into portable and non-portable devices. It has come from floppy drives to CD drives, and now even we use pen drives, external hard drives. So there are various technologies we have been using over the time. Now what we will look at is simplified data centers. So when we talk about data, data goes and resides somewhere, right? Data goes and sits somewhere. And this part of data needs to be generated from somewhere, correct? So whenever we say cloud, we say AI, but what we will do with AI without data, correct? So why data centers must evolve? So when we say evolve is how it change, how it transforms into the future. So growing application complexity. So earlier the application was very simple. You double click, it opens, you do what you want and close. Now you open applications, and within applications you have sub applications, right? So application complexity plays very important role here. We got hybrid workloads. So whenever we talk about data, I can have my data on-prem, within our organizations. I can even rent out my data, okay, or you can see my storage somewhere in the cloud portals. So data can be residing in various locations. Increase cyber threats. So again, so wherever there is data comes threat, right? So when you generate data, there is someone who is looking out for your data. You want to corrupt your data, maybe you want to steal your data. And we got skill shortage and operational overhead, correct? Because every day the space how data is growing, as we said, it's not only about technology, but again the data could be also personal, right? And you have data on your phones. Okay, business demands and traditional silos. So overall, we will look at this, how data centers has evolved over time, okay, and what are we looking into the future. So when we talk about simplified data centers, definitely data center is a place where you have a centralized space where you store all your data. But earlier data centers were more hardware driven. So we used to look at hardware and how to use or how to store the data. Nowadays the data are more software defined, okay. Of course, it will go into AI in the near future. Okay, data is highly automated. So when we talk about automation is how data is transported from one location to a second location. Okay. Scalable. So when I say scalable is when data grows over the time, you need something to integrate easily so that you can start scaling up data, and cloud integrated. So when we talk about cloud, cloud could be anywhere where your data is not maybe sitting locally to you. It could be maybe somewhere in, somewhere outside your data center. It could be even at your home location. So wherever you host data and it's available around the clock, okay, it's available around the clock from anywhere. So we call it as a cloud integration. And last is your security. So wherever you put your data, you will start looking at data security. So the main goal of a simplified data center is to reduce operational cost, okay? The amount of people you will involve in handling the data center. So again, here will come automations, will come how AI can handle data, how AI can talk about data, and the agility and the resiliency. So when we talk about resiliency is how I can recover my data, how it can be partially worked, so about resiliency. So when we talk about data center evolution, okay, here is a quick, giving you a quick overview. So if you start from the left-hand side of yours, you have something called as traditional 3 tiers. So ideally, we used to maintain multiple stack of hardware into data centers where I could write my data. Over the time, what has happened is we have evolved into something called as hyper-converged infrastructure. And hyper-converged infrastructure Yeah. Okay. When we talk about hyper-converged infrastructure, is like your data. Okay, your data centers have been merged down. Okay, the hardware silos has been broken down, and in future, what is happening is my data centers are becoming more cloud native. So when we talk about cloud native, is if I put my data into an envelope, I can transport this envelope at any time. It is very light piece of information, and data can be moved around. So key drivers to have a simplified, okay, we are looking at more of software-centric architecture. So rather than depending on what my hardware can do, I will rather look at how my software can enhance my data center architectures. Okay, you look at something called as unified management in terms of your compute, storage, networks. There will be a very key important role of automations and AI-driven operations, okay, of how your data is handled and transported. And last is your consumption model of how you are going to utilize the data, whether you will have your own data center, whether you will rent out a data center. So when we talk about hybrid cloud strategies, a cloud strategy combines multiple things. Now, the catch is when we talk about hybrid, it's a combination of your data center or how your data is co-located, whether it can be on-prem with a combination of cloud. It is not and, it has to be along with hybrid, has to be with on-prem and cloud-based. Okay, preferred models, elastic scaling. So when we talk about hybrid cloud models, there are multiple considerations of how you do a data recovery in case of disaster, how data is recovered, how elastic scaling will happen over the time. And here are the key capabilities of how your hybrid data centers are going to co-locate. So when we talk about consistent infrastructure stack across the environment, that means let's say today you develop an application, on a desktop machine. Is this application portable? Let's say you are testing an application, you start something small. Can you take this into your data centers? Can you move this application to cloud? So this is how the hybrid capabilities are. From the cloud, can you bring it back to on-prem? Okay, so it's all based on how portable is your application. And that is where we talk about your containers. Workload mobility, so this is how you move them. So rather than you rebuilding it, let's say today your workload is running on Windows, tomorrow you want to move it on Linux. So how portable it is based on your containers, security, and the outcome again. So whenever we talk about hybrid, the main outcome of a hybrid data center is how convenient it is to move my data centers. I will do a quick look on the hyperconverged infrastructure, okay, and how it has evolved. So whenever we look at a data center, we know that it has multiple layers. It comes with storage, comes with compute, comes with network layer, and the part of managing the data center could be multiple consoles. Maybe I need somebody to manage my network. Maybe I need somebody to manage my server infrastructure. So when we talk about hyperconverged, we try to bring multiple components, which is my compute, storage, and virtualization together. So when we talk about virtualization, it's like more about containers, okay? So you take a bigger servers and combine it into multiple smaller portfolios. Okay, and yeah, so you manage everything from a single pane of view, so rather than having multiple management interfaces. So hyperconverged data centers are already evolved in the market. It is running from quite long, and it has slowly replaced 3 tiers architecture. So 3 tiers are the older traditional generations of data centers, wherein we used to use multiple layers of hardware. So the benefits of hyperconverged comes as simplified deployments, scaling over the time. You will have lower hardware footprint. So rather than you maintain a separate environment for storage and separate environment for your compute, you will have much more lower points here. Faster provisioning, so built-in high availability and resiliency. So there are multiple areas of you look at as you get into a agile data center. So the foundation model, so where do you use the data? When will it come handy? So when we look at HCI data centers, there are multiple areas, like we can say virtual desktops where users connect remotely. Users are connecting from edge locations, okay, enterprise tiers, running core banking applications. Seamless hybrid cloud integration, so that means if you have hyperconverged data centers, you have something like on-prem and you have a cloud, and they can integrate seamlessly. And the last is, it is a strong base for AI automation. So whenever again, because this topic will keep focusing, I mean, it will keep repeating about AI. But where do you host your data? How does AI look at your data? Okay. So there is a repository, there is a location from where your data is extracted. And yes, this is one of the agile locations. So the role of automation and AI operations. Okay, so we got predictive planning. As we said, AI may not be accurate or may not have that level of accuracy, but when we talk about AI, it is up to us of how we train the models, right? So AI is just, you can imagine like you have a baby and the baby is just born, correct? So the baby's brain is very limited and it starts at 0 level IQ, correct? So over the time, what you do, you start training the baby, and whatever you train, this is what is the outcome from the kids as we grow. And today we are here and our brain is trained over the time. So whatever train is done, I mean the training is done, that is will be the outcome of your AI models. So what you do is over the time you try to keep maturing the models. Okay, proactive issue detection. Now, when we talk about proactive issue detections, okay, it could be a piece of hardware, piece of software. We can take another example. You are doing a banking transaction and the transaction has failed. Somebody has been alerted, correct? But what, so this is a reactive approach, right? So when a transaction has failed, you're getting alerted, this is a reactive. But maybe the transaction is failed due to a piece of hardware or a piece of software that has already gone bad. So AI could help in this type of operations of identifying proactive issues. Okay, automatic remediations and policy-driven. So I think the panel was already talking about policies and how policies is going to create an impact onto our day-to-day data center operations, onto our day-to-day, you can say IT life. So the role of IT operations, so we have fewer outages, we are more reactive, and we optimize cost. So it's not that you implement AI and you're spending a lot and it's not having any positive outcomes. There is a small section I have included. Since we talk about data, we talk about AI. Moving into the future, we all know that we have backups, okay? We have data everywhere and we start taking a backup. You have data on your phones. Every month or maybe every quarter or whenever you have time, you take the backup on your phone. Once you place the backup, how many copies do you have of the backup, okay? What if the source where the backup is there, it has failed? And what if the data where it is residing has corrupted? Okay, what if there is a malware? Okay, maybe your friend comes with a pen drive, you insert it and your backup is also gone. So maintaining multiple copies of your backup, and these copies should be cyber resilient, is like you protect it with a lock and a key. Okay, so when we talk about the ransomware reality, so nowadays ransomware, what they do is rather than attacking the production data, they start targeting your backed up data. Because over the time you archive data, which could be very critical for you for references, okay? So backups could be targeted. And when we look at it, we start encryption. I mean, data is encrypted by a third party, or you can say ransomware. Data is deleted or data is corrupted. So it becomes totally unusable. Second part is longer recovery times, okay, and higher business value. So whenever we talk about ransomware, there are multiple factors. So ransomware just does not come and say, I will corrupt. There is an intention of corrupting your data to do a damage, correct? So it will make you struggle. You have a longer recovery times. So maybe you are struggling with your data, you are not able to recover, which is having a direct business impact. Okay. So traditional backups are no longer enough. So as we said, the olden days backup, what we used to use, we just take a backup, we save it somewhere. So backup admins, okay, we have backup stored in multiple repositories. Okay, we can go no immutable air gaps, okay, limited visibilities into backup. So when we look at these multiple areas of how we store backup, there are multiple security factors of how you enable your data to be stored and data to be recovered whenever required. So if you take your data and let's say you store it in a location and you put it somewhere far and say, okay, it is safe. But whenever you need your data to be recovered, are you able to recover quickly? Does it take you a time to recover? How frequently can you recover? And whether the data is error-free. When I say error-free means you can recover from it. So now when we talk about cyber resilient backup, everybody takes a backup. We take a similar example, we take a backup of my phone. Once I take my backup, where do I store the backup? Maybe you just dump the backup in your laptop, right? And tomorrow your laptop has crashed. So what happens is you have lost your backed up data. You have lost your archive data. So we need a location where I can save my data. That data cannot be altered or cannot be deleted. Correct? So second thing is, wherever I store my data, this data is isolated from attackers. Attacker could come from anywhere, right? It could be physical, it could be logical, it could be over the internet. Rapid recovery. Now I need my data in case of a disaster or in case I need to do a reference, right? I should be able to recover a clean copy of my data. And last is end-to-end security. So wherever you start backing up data, right from data at rest up to data in transit. So there are some pillars I have put in mind over here of how we can strengthen our backups. There is something called as immutability, the first point. So when you say immutability is once you take your backup, nobody can tamper your data. Second is, we call it as an air gap. So once I take a copy or once I take a backup copy, I place it somewhere that nobody can reach physically or logically or over the network. Second is you encrypt your data. It's just like you put your money in the safe, right? And you lock it with a key. So you encrypt your data and there is a key to decrypt it. Zero trust access. So you don't allow unwanted access to unauthorized people. Okay, you have multiple copies of your data. So you have maybe one copy locally, one copy on the cloud, you put it on OneDrive. And the last location is you have a rapid recovery for testing in case you need the data back again. So I have put a lot of things, but yeah, I will not repeat everything here. So these are some key points. Okay, the presentation is on the desktop if somebody wants to refer it. So there are multiple levels of how you can strengthen the recovery procedure, how you can strengthen your data security, and whenever you need your data, you're able to bring it back. Okay, so outcomes of cyber resiliency, I have a last 2 slides. Reduced ransomware impact. Okay, again it is talking more about security. So regardless your data, so now we talk about AI, and when we say AI is not doing some magic, correct? So AI is going to look at your data. So we could take a common example, okay? You have your data, you have taken backups, or you have your actual data, you have photos, correct? This photo have a timestamp, correct? So over the time, let's say you have been using phone for the last 20 years. And for the last 20 years, you've been clicking pictures in your phone, you are saving data, you are downloading contents. All this data, you are moving it onto a offsite location. Of course, because right now, your phone cannot hold a capacity of maybe 10 terabytes, okay? So, when we talk about AI into this cybersecurity world, I can see how AI can help me to organize and help me to retrieve my data on demand, correct? So maybe I have similar faces in the photo. I tell AI, this is the photo and this is the data I want to recover. It will go and fetch me a similar photos and bring up all the data what is having similarity. Or maybe you start organizing based on dates, or maybe based on file sizes. Okay, now the last part is key takeaways. So when we talk about key takeaways, we got simplicities. So whatever we do with data, we don't want to make it complex. So the third person who will use it or who is trying to consume the data is not knowing what to do, correct? So I want to keep my data secured, yet it should not be complex for me to use it. And that's where skill development comes. The more complex, the more training required, the more complexity and less the resources. Hybrid SCI is the backbone. Okay, so when we talk about backup, we don't talk about backup as just a recovery, but we talk about backup as a cyber defense. Okay. So if you look at the slide, this is my last slide here. So we look at how the data centers have been simplified over the time. So when we talk about simplified data centers, if you start from down, I have a piece of hardware where my data sits, number one. So this piece of hardware could be at my home, it could be at my office, it could be anywhere in the cloud. So example, everybody talks about AWS, we talk about Azure, we talk about Google data centers, and there are many more data centers you can rent out, correct? So this is the underlying piece of hardware, and this hardware has a technology sitting on top of it, which can do complex calculations, okay, which is my CPUs, or you can say like processors. I have a storage where my data will sit, and I have a networking component of how my data is transported from one location to another logical. On top of it, we run applications, okay, and as we said, we have AI, we have analytics, okay, of how you look into your data. We have automation, again, revolving around data, AI revolving around data, and last, we secure our data. So if you look at it, it all starts from a simple topic, which is data. Okay, so over the time, the complex data centers have been merged. Okay, it has moved into something called as hyperconverged. So when we talk about hyperconverged, the hardware footprint is reduced, wherein earlier you used to buy a separate box for storage and a separate for compute. Now you have something merged together for compute and storage. We look at hybrid cloud strategies. So this is even better to even reduce your footprint. Or maybe you want to start something on a temporary basis. You can spin up workload in the cloud and bring it back whenever required. And again, the last part will be is cyber resilient backup. So what we do, what I can say the key takeaway is what you remember is two things. One is you have your data. Your data is stored somewhere. So you need a storage and you need to protect your data. And whatever technology is built on top of this, whether it is the internet, you use internet to consume data, you will use AI to process data. Thank you guys. Any questions? Okay, I will hand over to Limnesh.
Hi everyone. So I'm Limnesh. I'm working as a project manager and a solution architect in GBM. So I'm mostly focused on the implementation side, and Hyson is mostly in the pre-sales and the design side. So yeah, I know a few faces here. So I'm going to my part of the presentation, which is the AI-based art evaluation. So about me, I am also an artist, an international artist, 3D painting, mostly focusing on, and I do travel a lot for doing 3D paintings. And I'm associated with the United Nations art group. So we do kind of, create and define policies and things like that for the UN, for art space. So this is something which we had in our discussions, like on art evaluation, how we can evaluate art. So this is something which we had our artist groups, a lot of discussions happened, and then we were discussing on multiple approaches. So one of the approaches which I proposed was this, and this was some of the slides which I had presented to them, and it is still an ongoing discussion. So I'm just going to start with the presentation now. Yeah. So there is a background fact why this art evaluation or the AI-based art evaluation is coming in picture. So art industry, just like any other industry, it's a huge market. Like in the US alone, in 2024, this was a study which was one of the key points which was raised. That is 57.4 billion US dollar market is there in US alone. So, but the point is that how this budget is being allocated. So what is the basis of the allocation? Who evaluates, and is it purely based on talent, or is it something else? Like mostly when we see art being, art projects or art budget being allocated, it is mostly based on contacts, and there are curators. If it is coming into an exhibition or something, the curator's choice will be more, or his or her friends, or the known personalities, or more media presence. So these are the factors which actually influence this budget allocation. So in any creative industry, it's the same. So that is purely human based. So the human based, and what is the when you do an art campaign, you conduct let's say for a SDG based campaign, the UN SDG based campaign, if you conduct, you allocate a budget, maybe 10% of your spending for the advertising you spend for this. And what is the way to evaluate the impact of it? You spend so much money for anything else, like if you are going for a production scenario, if you are implementing some software or something, you have some kind of a criteria to evaluate it. But for an art campaign, you conduct an art campaign like you do a fantastic campaign you do through media and all. But did the message really reach the target audience? Did it have an impact, or is the message conveyed through this particular art? Maybe you focused on SDG number 3, but maybe the artwork was done, is primarily focused on SDG number 12. So how we can assess this? This was one of the questions which always comes in the mind of any curator or any artist who is focusing on this particular scenario. So since I'm being one of them, I was always discussing on this point. So how the impact, how the effectiveness, is there an unbiased system? So without human, like, is there an unbiased system? Like for example, we have ISO standards audit. Even ISOs are purely not a quantitative based, but qualitative based, and then we convert the qualitative to the quantitative, right? So in art, is there something like that available? So as of now, to be frank, the answer is no. We know that art, we see, we enjoy, and we see, everyone has their own perspective. So we enjoy, and then we put our own kind of a qualitative bias to it. That's it. There it ends. So do we need it? That is a different question. But do we have it? The answer is no. Now, is there a quantitative conversion method available? No, definitely no. There is no such quantitative measurements available. This is art. It's for enjoyment. It's for fun. So you cannot just simply quantify it. So there should be methods which we need to identify to quantify it if we are using it for specific purposes. I'm not talking about generic purpose, for specific purposes. Now, probably most of you at least might have seen in social media that this was one of the art. So a banana with a duct tape. So this particular art, this was actually made by a comedian. He just put it and he auctioned it. And it was auctioned for 6.2 million US dollars. This was in November 2024. So we as artists, when we think about this particular art form, this was like, is it really worth? So maybe the buyer may have his own bias, yes. But if we are conducting it for a specific campaign, will a banana duct taped to a wall is a good message? Personally, I don't feel. Maybe somebody else might have a different opinion. But for me, the $6.2 million, if it was spent for an art campaign, then I believe that the message is not conveyed. This is what I feel. Yes, everyone will have their own opinion. It is each individual brain. Now, as an artist, by the way, this is me and my painting. This is my cat painting. So this is a 3D painting, by the way. This is the type of paintings which I do. And this is my cat. So why to evaluate? As an artist, I have to always fight with myself, right? Because I need to identify if I need to improve. Because as an evaluation, I need to do self-improvement. Because otherwise, I will keep doing the same thing again and again. Yes, that is good for some, but may not be right for some other. So always we try to improve ourselves. So to do a self-improvement, we need to identify our, like, we need to have some kind of a quantitative way which we can say that, okay, 10 years before, this was my level. Currently, this is my level. Maybe I need to improve on this areas. So if I can do like that, because we have, in art, there are a lot of different schemes. Like we go for every year, like at least we spend a few, a few weeks to do studies. Like we definitely travel around and we used to, so there are different areas. Like if we go to Istanbul alone, Istanbul is one place which we like. Europe, yes, definitely, but more than that, the Byzantine art, there are a lot of different arts is available to study. If you go to the universities, you explore it. So every time we study, we find something new. So that is where we, we try to improve ourselves. So have we used this technique? These are different techniques available for each and everything. There are hundreds of techniques devised throughout the history. So first of all, as an artist, I would like to do a self-improvement. Then understanding and the impact and effectiveness. When I do a painting and I do it for a purpose, whether it's actually effective, is it really doing what it deserves to do, or what is it defined to do? This is what we need to assess. So there are different techniques in art which has been tried. Like for example, if you have a painting which is being kept, and in a gallery, there are a lot of audiences who are coming and viewing and enjoying it. So you can place a camera, and this camera can do an assessment, kind of like with the gestures and other movements. This can be studied. This can be processed by a backend system, and it can understand that, okay, this is the particular, and by the angle of eye movement, you can understand, okay, from this particular painting, I'm not talking about small paintings, I'm talking about large paintings. So this is the area where more people focus on. So it depends on different factors. So this has been studied. However, it is always, there are arguments for and against it, but these are certain things which is being studied right now, okay. So then developing a critical eye, I have to understand my art as well as others' art, and also I have to be critic. I have to say that, okay, if I need to understand others' art, then what is the criteria for defining it? Okay, this is good, this is bad, or if good, bad is not a criteria, then at least, okay, this is good and this particular techniques, the other one is lacking this technique, even though they have tried to do that for one object, but for the other object it's not done. So how that can be done? Now, articulating the intent. For example, we have to do our creative intention. Okay, this is what I intend to do. Is it really achieving that? Now, again, why to evaluate as a viewer? So these are three different perspectives. One was from the artist itself, and this is from the viewer. Again, this is one of the artwork which was done in Bahrain. So as a viewer, deeper appreciation and understanding. So as a viewer, I need to, when I go to and visit a art gallery, or I go for an art campaign or something, I see an artwork, and I need to have an understanding based on certain guidelines. If, okay, definitely I can have my own perspective, but at the same time, if there is some kind of a criteria which is available for me to refer to, it will be great. Because I believe that as an art, like any other field, you need to have certain things. Like, okay, this defines certain level. Maybe you can disagree to it, but at least if I need to have some kind of a reference, it will be great. This is what I feel. Now, yeah, developing critical thinking skills, same like in the previous slide. Then enriching the art experience, evaluation, it's just not watching and going, but instead I can view it and I can get a better understanding of it. Or maybe there is hidden messages in it, which we can understand if we know the techniques. Like, for example, if you have seen a lot of Renaissance art, you have a lot of mathematics used in that. Because I am also very much interested in mathematics and engineering. So, as that is my background also. And when we do this kind of art, especially the perspective-based art. So perspective-based art, it's more of engineering in the first phase, in the designing phase, and the sketching phase, and then transitions to the art phase when it comes to the final work. So how these different techniques and tools and techniques, and there are a lot of tools, by the way. If you visit the old artist, their workshops and all, you see, like nowadays we are using different techniques for projections. Those days, like earlier days when they didn't have any of these, they used to have a different kind of techniques, like using, the compass, the protractor and all that. They used to do like a scaling method for sculpturing. So there are a lot of different techniques available. And also, if you know about this the experiments which they used to make the paint. The paint itself, I think it was a kind of chemical engineering which was done in the earlier days for art. Why? Because using these chemicals and using that and seeing how it mixes and reacts and giving these bright colors for your own unique artwork, and then identifying, okay, which one can last longer, which one goes with what. So this was all chemicals which was done. So it was kind of a chemical engineering also. So to understand these kind of things and what is the uniqueness of it, and etc., etc., as a viewer, it is very important. Now, as an organization, now this is the aspect where we are focusing on more. Because as an organization, because till now we were talking on the personal level. Personal level, yes, you have options. But as an organization, when you do funding for art, okay, so what is the evaluation criteria you have to use? So in this is where if we have something like a ready-made criteria, or at least something which we can play with, and you can modify it and you can give it as a preset criteria for this particular event, and based on that you can select your artwork, not based on a personal relationship with the artist, or not based on a particular bias, or not based on the media bias, because media may publicize an artist too many times and he will become most famous, whereas the other people who are there in the same area, in the same field, they may not even be recognized at all, because they were not in the social media or media. So, but that should not be the criteria for it. So this is to ensure the quality, and also you can compare the proposal. For example, you have an art campaign. You got 2 different proposals or 5 different proposals from different artists for an artwork. So what is the criteria you're going to select that one person? You don't have a clear-cut criteria as of now. You can only say that, okay, he should be so-and-so experienced, or this is kind of an artwork we are expecting, but still, it is human-based. Now, for exhibition award, it's the same thing, all these. So, promote artists, generate interest, etc., etc. Okay. So, now, when we think about the evaluation technique, the art evaluation technique, so these are the points. If you go to ChatGPT, you will get more criteria than this, but these are the things which we as artists, as a group, we try to get and discuss and kind of freeze it. But definitely this list never ends. But first we will focus on the form analysis. The form analysis is kind of using the composition, the color techniques. If you see a lot of things, I have put it in the slide. The composition, the use of color, line, shape, form, texture, technique. So these are the things which comes in the form analysis. Now, coming into content analysis, the subject matter symbolism. So what are the objects you have used, or in the artwork, or is it something, like nature or whatever is there in the content? Then if there is any symbolism, because there are a lot of symbolisms there in the art world, so have you used any of that? Then has it any emotional impact? Because there are certain paintings which, when we see, like, for me at least, when I've seen those paintings in the Louvre, I was like kind of, it was a war, a post-war scene, and we will feel that the pain of the people who are, the families. So this applies to, all over the world, like wherever war is there, you can actually visualize this particular painting. And then there was one painting in Florida done by one of my friend. So he's a US artist, but he did this painting specifically focusing on the refugees, a kid. So these kind of things which will, stay in your mind. So these kind of things, which is a content analysis, and context analysis is more on focused on the context of this painting, like what is it for, and how it, how it actually match with the criterias and stuff like that. And then the critical interpretation. So this is something which normally AI will be bad at least in the beginning side, but at least these 4 things which we can achieve using the AI. Okay, so this critical interpretation is like breaking convention, artistic experimentation, influence. So these are the things which is like more of modern art or something like that we can think of. Now, so now we are putting it into the AI's perspective. Okay, so how this is going to be in the AI's perspective, how we are going to, we have all these background facts. Now, how we are going to put it in place. I have a simple painting here. Now, I have UN SDGs. Okay, so there is evaluation criteria. You can see there is a brain. So if I am the one, maybe this is my brain. So I'm having this SDG descriptors. There are 17 SDGs. So if this particular painting was intended to use for SDG evaluation or SDG based campaign, then I will take this painting. Definitely this is not one of them, but this is something which is available. So I cannot put something on the slide from other artists without consent. So this is something which was available as a public use. So that's why I kept it. Now, the brain process it, and there will be some evaluation criteria with weights, and you get a result. So you will have, you will put some points based on each criteria, and based on that there is a weight. So multiplied, normally you do points multiplied by weight, and to get the marks, and then you do a total. So you will get the valuation. So you have hundreds of artworks, you do this manually. So it's a manual method, manual approach. Now, this was one of the case study I have done in Bahrain only with a few of my colleague artists. So this case study was basically focusing only on, these are all my artworks only I have used for this case study. So there were I think 4 or 5 artworks was given. This was done in 2023 last, okay. So that time what we did was, like I had given these as a criteria, as an evaluation criteria to different artists. So it was all my friends, okay. So, and they all know me. And these are all different criteria which they did the evaluation, like color composition, like each judges, they put their own mark for color composition, for strokes and techniques, for creativity, originality, relevance, overall beauty, something like that. Just some certain criteria, just like they do it in every other art competition. Okay, so this artwork, they all evaluated and they all put different marks, if you see. Now, then these marks they put, and I just took like 3 judgments with fixed weight. So the weightage was fixed, and 3 different judges evaluation was this. So when I did that, the observation, I think in machine learning, maybe at least many of you might be knowing, like statistics is very important in AI and machine learning. Because machine learning is from where you generate your assessment to train the models or things like that. So statistics. So this was purely done on that statistics. And if you see, with the fixed weight score, there is a mean, variance, and standard deviation. Standard deviation is the term which is very important for us. So 0.556 was the standard deviation which I got. This is only, I'm talking about 3 artists. Okay, three judgments. Now, it's for the same artwork. Okay, now, 1 artwork, 1 judgment, and 3 different weights. Now I tried the other approach, like with 1 evaluation, 1 set of points, but with 3 different weights. So there, the standard deviation was 0.1664. So now, I'm not going into the technical details of it, like why I was doing this and all that, because that is for a specific use case for the UN study. So, and now, the individual evaluation, we already discussed that in the individual evaluation, when a person evaluates, there is subjectivity, lack of expertise, influence of trends. See, all these are all factors which makes, because a person cannot be a master of everything, correct? So he may not know all the techniques. He is focused on, for example, if I'm a 3D artist. So a 3D painting, being a 3D painting artist and primarily focused on 3D painting, my criteria will always be on that perspective rather than on different, definitely I'm always studying anatomy, yes. So anatomy is one of the field which I will look into other artist paintings when I evaluate. So there is a bias to it. And I may not know certain other techniques which there is already in there because I have not studied that. So that will be the lack of expertise. So these kind of, every artist will be different. So they will have this different criteria or limitations, emotional bias, inconsistency, ignorance of artist intent, or sometimes I may not even understand what they try to mean by this. So when I'm evaluating an artwork, I use 3 artist brains and I use 1,000 people. Let's say I use 1,000 brains to evaluate the same artwork. So here, when I use 1,000 artists to evaluate the same artwork and get a result, I think at least for me, I feel that, okay, at least this is kind of a fair judgment because at least it has 1,000 artists has evaluated, and it's a summary of their 1,000 people's judgment. I may not accept 3 artists' judgment, but I can kind of agree to 1,000 artists' judgment for the same artwork. Okay, so, but how to bring 1,000 people to do this judgment? How can I bring that? Okay, for a specific campaign, for SDG, okay, SDG number 13. I want to evaluate a proposal from 3 different artists. So how I can bring 1,000 people to evaluate these 3 different artworks. So now this is where the AI comes in. So because there is a trust factor, like we all know that if we get a manual bill, a handwritten bill from any, like if you go to buy maybe some grocery or something, and you get a handwritten bill, yes, maybe everything is correct, but still you will recheck it because you don't really, it's a human behavior that if something is generated from the system and it is printed from, even if 1,000 items are there, you may check it randomly, but still you don't go and calculate each and every items. But in that bill, you will calculate because you trust a system-based approach more. Maybe because my wife does that, by the way. She do all these calculations after getting every bill. But at least for me, if I'm getting this bill, I will check it. But if I get this bill, I will trust it. Okay, yeah, it should be. Okay. So why? Because there is lesser chance of calculation error, but yes, systems can make error. It will not discriminate customer. It is not based on any specific criteria. You are a customer, X, Y, Z, it doesn't matter. It cannot miss out items. Normally, if you scan, you expect that it has gone into the system. Maybe it is not there, but still, you assume that all these are because we work based on 99% kind of a perspective. 99% of time, it is always correct, so we assume that it is correct. Easy to trace back, this is one good thing. Faster, readable, transparency. So these are the criteria of a system-based evaluation or system-based calculation. Now, the same apply if I'm applying to an AI-based art evaluation. So I'm putting an artwork, and let's say it goes through a set of processes. And what are these processes? You all are aware about ChatGPT. So that is basically an LLM, or it can do an NLP process. So we put the subject and the context to this LLM, and then you send it to a neural network. Also, you take the image process, like there are a lot of processes which basically I have done testing myself. So I am also kind of convinced on these techniques, but not on every artwork. I only did on my paintings. So like this, okay. So there is CNN process, logistic regression, naive bias, object, a lot of things are there. So what it does basically, we put a lot of paintings. By the way, these are all my paintings. So I input those paintings as an input, and I do a evaluation, and then I do a manual evaluation also, a manual artist-based evaluation. So here my data set was very small because I had only like 6-7 artists for me to do that as a test case. This was purely a test scenario. Okay, so then this was given and this weightage, and it was feeding back to the neural network. And this neural network was going in loop to do this. So imagine if the same process had been extended. Okay, so I think, yeah, so this AI learning model, yeah. So if we go back and forth in this loop, then what will happen is like if we put, let's say, millions of artworks and millions of this evaluation criteria from millions of artists, then what will be the impact? The result will be getting more and more bias towards that particular feedbacks. So that means instead of 3 people sitting and evaluating art, you will have like millions of brains processed kind of a scenario. It may not be accurate, yes, but at least you have somewhere you have a criteria, evaluation criteria based, like AI based third-party criteria to evaluate the artwork. Now, I have used these techniques like using NLTK and TensorFlow and all that. So it was on my personal computer I have used, and the artwork description was given, the context, content text was given, and the SDGs, then the criteria were color composition, object accuracy, etc. So what happened is like, as the number of times I processed it, the accuracy in the sense, the weightage and the standard deviation, that became less, and the kind of accuracy, at least for my satisfaction, it went up. Okay, so color composition, I used the OpenCV. It was in 2023. So now I'm still working on it. So now it's different version. This was the old presentation. So this was the, like it was able to detect these 8 different colors. So 8 different color compositions. So when you look at an art, as an artist, as a human, when you look at, you can max to max, I think 3 or 4, or that's the maximum you will be able to, your eyes will be able to read it. But if you process it through AI, you can, AI or any system, no matter what. So you can detect more colors, compositions you can identify than a human. This is a normal thing. Or else you have to spend more time on it to identify this. So, and it can identify the percentage. Definitely, this is very straightforward thing. Then content recognition. For example, this was on the same artwork when I did. I got like 85%. It was a human, it's a person. So lady, it was actually identifying as a lady, then a man, then a cow, etc., etc. So it was able to identify. And as I told, like more and more we train, it will become more and more successful in that. So then context like, okay, so where is this, the location? So it was able to identify. It was a person, woman, age 30 to 45, red sari, then person, man, 95% age, accuracy, 30 to 45, yellow shirt, then sitting and riding on a cart. So these are all the information which it was able to get it from this artwork. So standing and so these are all put it in different processes. So pot in hand, 2 cows, hay, large wheel. Then it was environment, it will analyze sunny day. It's a village outdoor scene, 2 houses, mud road, trees, bushes. So these inputs, when we give, when we give these kind of inputs to the AI to identify from this artwork, along with the percentage, because there is a percentage also. So this is matching so and so. And along with that, we have our objective. What was our objective? What was our context? Then along with that, we are feeding in the subject of this particular painting. So we are feeding these 3 things in that. So the output will be that, okay, this is matching with your objective or not. At least, what is the percentage of match with your organization objective? This painting is matching with your organization, or this particular campaign which we are doing. Is it matching with it? How much percentage it is matching? Or is it completely standing out of it? At least you can evaluate based on that. Now, when I did this particular evaluation, so there is one problem which came up, like when I was taking the photos especially, because we have different cameras available, camera scanners, etc. So the same artwork, when you do digitalize, you will get maybe different kind of image from different cameras or scanners or whatever you use. So how to unify it, or how to make it a standardized. So for that, what I used was, I used a board like this, okay, as an art collection board. So this was actually, it is not looking exactly like this, because that was a POC kind of stuff. But I made it like this, so that it has all these corners marked and the color composition. So, so this particular board will be used whether you use your iPhone to take a photo, you use your camera to DSLR to take the photo, or whatever. So it has all these, so to make sure that there is no distortion. So one is used primarily for the distortion fixes, then there is the corners and color fixes, etc. So these kind of fixes were used, and the artwork will be placed like this, okay, and then taken a photo. So no matter it is tilted, or it will correct it, because it, and also if unless you use some kind of an AI to modify the whole image, centralized image or something like that, otherwise it can capture the whole image, and when it processes, the AI can process it, it can process the image in a standardized approach, like whether you take from whichever cameras or approaches you use. Now, I will have the same processed output because it is going to be the same image which you will be having to process it. Now, the evaluation process, as I said, the artwork description, the content text, then the SDGs. This was for UN, but for each organization it can be different. Then the color composition, object count, all these inputs which you can put in, and you can use your neural network, the AI neural network, and you can get your output. So you can get your output, and these were the criteria which, for me as a test case, when I did, I got this kind of a result. But that was just used as a test case. So we need more data to get more. Now, when it comes to, of course, every method will have its own challenges. Definitely, AI approach is not, error-free. It has its own challenges. It has its bias because the training data. If I use only my artworks to do the judgment, then it will say, yes, always, Limnesh's artwork is the best. No, that cannot be the case. So you have to train with using very large data set. You have to input a lot of artworks with history, and also the metadata for it also need to be. Then algorithmic bias, because these are all computer systems. It works on based on algorithms, floating point algorithms, especially when it comes to neural networks and AI. So these algorithms has its own bias. And let's say in future, if you're going to use quantum computing for this, it mostly depends on probability. So probability is something like, like in quantum, you have the superposition. So based on that, you use your qubits to do this same calculations. So you will get completely different result at every. So you have to run these many iterations, maybe 2 raised to, I don't remember now, 2n or something iterations you have to do based on the number of qubits. So that many iterations only will give you a probabilistically correct result. So again, that is probabilistic. So there is issues on that. Then there is transparency, the black box problem, because these are the AI is black box for most of the consumers, because most of the people don't know what actually happens in the backend. If you take LLMs or anything, you like as an end user, you may not know how exactly it is designed or how exactly it is working. Whether it's working based on somebody's instructions, what are the prompts, the backend prompts, what is there anything? So you don't know about it. So it's always a black box. So you can always manipulate this black box also. So you cannot 100% trust that. Then the limited explainability. So if it gives a criteria, you cannot go back and ask AI models like normally neural network, because it is calculations. So last time's calculation and this time calculation, whether it will match exactly same? No, I cannot say that, because it may differ. It will try to match with some range, but not always the same. You will not get the same result always. If you use 2 times ask the same question to ChatGPT, you will get 2 different answers. Maybe answers are same, but at least 2 different explanations for the same answer. Then overfitting, sometimes it will overfit on that. Like if I take the artwork for a specific region and I do this, it may fit only for that particular region. It will not be fitting for the other regions. Then misinterpretation, lot of different factors are there. So that is one of the reasons why I put one of my artwork. This was specifically for the AI. We did it in Germany. So this was a kind of what you put in, based on that, what is the output? So I was expecting a fruit output from a robot, but for that I have to put in the chip for that. If I put something else, then I may not get this. I may be using it for car manufacturing. So like ultimately it's all matters, like AI is just a system. So what you put in its brain, it will only give the output based on that. So that is one of the challenge in the AI. Now coming back to the question which always haunts, like even though I try to push this AI-based art evaluation, this is one of the questions which always haunts me. Like, what would be the evaluation till 29th. Any of you know this artwork? I think not many art enthusiasts here. Sorry for that. Okay, so this is by Vincent van Gogh. It's called Sunflowers. And Vincent van Gogh died on 29th July 1890. So what happened was like till his death, no one recognized him. As in, none of his artworks was sold. So he died of poverty and a lot of other factors. And none of his artworks were sold. But after his death, the price of this artwork was very, very high. Okay, now even you cannot get this artwork at all. Like it is kind of unreached. So if at that time we used AI for evaluation and we used human brain for evaluation of this artwork, maybe it will be saying that it is 0. Okay, that time. But now, because I have fed in this artwork, now maybe it will give a different result. So that is the end of my presentation. Now I have put the slide because we always discuss this, which is a better evil. Because for art, its evaluation is kind of doesn't sound correct, but it is required at certain aspects, required for certain aspects as I have shown. So you have human brain-based evaluation, you have AI-based evaluation. Both are, both has its own evil. So which is a better evil? This is from Alien versus Predator, by the way. Okay, thank you. And questions?
Thank you so much, Mr. Thank you so much, Mr. Limanish and Mr. Hyson D'Souza. We don't have any questions, right? So we are going to proceed directly for the honoring ceremony of them, starting with Mr. Hyson D'Souza. Our first workshop presenter. Have you taken this photo? Okay. Thank you. Now moving on to Mr. Limanish Augustine. Thank you, Dr. Amar Al-Jarrah. Thank you, workshop presenter, for your amazing presentation today. I would like to announce that today, inshallah, we are going to have a gala dinner. It will be in Art Rotana Hotel. For those who are staying in the hotels that are organized by the university, a bus will start moving starting from 7 o'clock, moving to the hotels, bringing you out to the Art Rotana Hotel. The dinner will be from 8 till 10 p.m. We will enjoy having you all with us. As for now, you can proceed for the lunch, and after the lunch, you can go directly to the different sessions organized in the first, second floor of AOU. You can attend any of the sessions that are organized. For the lunch today, take the elevator to the ground floor, and it will be to your left. We wish you an enjoyable lunch and an amazing end of the day. Thank you so much.
Finally. So Gigi, regarding the recording, shall I bring you